Morena everyone. Welcome to the hearing of Private Plan Change 17 by Fonterra Limited, seeking to uplift the deferred industrial zone to the north, south and west of its Te Rapa site. I'm Vanessa Ham. I've been appointed as chair. I'm a resource management lawyer from Tauranga. Sitting with me is Independent Commissioner Ian Munro. He's an urban planner and urban designer from Auckland. Now, before we go any further, we have a bit of housekeeping and some health and safety, but I'll invite the karakia to open the hearing.
Honore he kruri he maunga rongo ki runga I te whenua, whakaaro pai ki ngā tāngata katoa. Hanga e te atua he ngākau hou ki roto ki tēnā o koutou, o tātou. Whakatongi o tō koro wai aroha tō wairua tapu, hei manaki, hei tohu I tēnei tō tātou. Kaupapa. Amen.
Thank you. Now, just before we get into the housekeeping around the hearing, if I can ask Mary to cover off health and safety.
In case of emergency, you use the exits and use the stairs, and we will meet in the garden place. The toilets are across the hall, and you have coffee and water just before.
Thank you. So, it looks to me like most of you are probably familiar with resource management hearings, but just in terms of some general rules around procedure, if you can keep your phones off so that everybody has space to speak without interruption during the day. And then in terms of the order of proceedings, we will hear from the applicant first, followed by submitters, and then the Section 42A team. We have had some information come in up until yesterday and then this morning. So everything that was filed up until yesterday we have pre-read. Anything that's been tabled today we haven't obviously had an opportunity to pre-read. So what we will be encouraging people to do is just to summarise and focus on the issues in contention. There isn't any need to read what's been filed. We will deal with reply tomorrow, but our thinking at this stage is that we will invite a written reply, but we can canvass that again tomorrow. Other than that, we have a schedule, so it looks as though we will comfortably get through the hearing by tomorrow afternoon, and we will be looking to try and stick to that schedule. I'll just touch on the site visit. We undertook a site visit yesterday. So we went firstly to the Fonterra site where we met the GM from Fonterra for Farms, Matt Roach, who I understand is not involved in the hearing. And he took us around the site, so we went over the western block. We also entered the block to the north of the Te Rapa site, and then also to the south. We then also went down through the submitters' properties to the south of the site, so down Pukiti Road and Meadow View, and then we travelled down, I think, Old Ruffle Road to where there's a dead end by the railway line, and then we also went round and took in a view of the Empire and Porter's land. We were asked to go and have a look at the stream erosion works downstream. We didn't do that. We felt that the photographs were clear and that we understood the issue. So just to let you know that we didn't go and look at that. Now, before we get underway, I will just go around the room and ask people to introduce themselves. So perhaps if we can start with you, Mr. Minhanak.
Morena koutou. Ko Daniel Minhanak tōku ingoa. So Daniel Minhanak, Council for Fonterra. I have Ms. Anderson with me. And then Ms. O'Rourke from Fonterra, who's given evidence, and Mr. Grala, planning consultant for Fonterra. The rest of the Fonterra team are sitting behind. Do you want me to just run through who's here as well? Or?
I think that would be useful, thanks.
Excellent. So the other witnesses who you'll be hearing from today on behalf of Fonterra, so we have Mr. Kensington, Mr. Inder, Mr. Usher, Mr. King, Mr. Farrell, Mr. Coles, and Mr. Growler, who's here sitting alongside us.
Thank you. And can I just get the people at the back of the room to introduce themselves?
and sorry, we've also got Ms. Jeffries from Fonterra and Ms. Strong from Harrison Grierson as well attending.
Yep. And council team. I'm happy to be elevated to Your Honour.
Lachlan Muldowney, I'm counsel for Hamilton City's 42A team. To my immediate left is Mr. Began, who's the 42A author, and to my rear I have the critical inputs, technical inputs into the 42A team. And so we've got Chris Hardy, who is dealing with Three Waters matters. We've got Naomi McKim, who's dealing with transportation matters, and we've got Ian Smith, who's dealing with stormwater issues. So that's the core 42A team.
Thank you. Well, unless anyone else has anything of a preliminary nature they want to raise, I'm going to call on Mr. Minhinnick to lead off with the applicant's case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And before I get into my legal submissions that were filed at the end of last week, as far as the further documents that have come through this morning, so I guess following the 42A addendum, we have sought to provide you with an up-to-date set of provisions that reflects where the key issues of difference actually are. In the 42A addendum, you would have seen a reasonable amount of green changes proposed by the council. Mr. Grala has been working through those, and so we do have a set of 5 summary or hearing statements, essentially, from core witnesses that also attached to Mr. Grala's evidence as an updated set of provisions. You'll be hopefully happy to know that the number of, that essentially uses the council version from Thursday as the base, and then shows strike-through markup as far as the outstanding points. You'll see that the amount of red pen going through it is significantly reducing, and so I'll be able to shortly take you through some of those key points. Mr. Grala as well, if it would be of assistance, is happy to take you briefly through at the outset the actual plan change structure and how it sits within the district plan, if that would be of assistance to you. Quite aware that this has a number of different chapters that have changes made to them, and if it would be of assistance to the panel to be taken through briefly how it all fits together, Mr. Grala is certainly happy to do that. Otherwise, I'll get into my legal submissions.
Rather than a general summary, what would be useful would be to know what's still outstanding between the applicant and the council. And I suppose just looking immediately at the version attached to Mr. Grala's summary, where it's in green tracking, which I assume is the council's green tracking, if it's still there but in green, does that mean it's been accepted by the applicant? Okay, so it's just the red which is outstanding.
Correct.
No, I think we can deal with that when we get to Mr. Grala's evidence, but we are keen to just focus in on those areas of contention.
Certainly. Okay, so with that, we'll take you to my legal submissions. So these submissions made on behalf of Fonterra. Fonterra is the applicant for this private plan change. I think this is approximately 91 hectares of land surrounding Fonterra's Te Rapa dairy manufacturing site. You will shortly hear from Ms. O'Rourke, who will just provide a little bit of context as far as the Te Rapa site. It is a flagship Fonterra site, and some of the rationale for this plan change, which is both the live zoning of it from an industrial land supply perspective. There is also a future-proofing dimension to it in terms of Fonterra's activities and securing the surrounding land uses around that Te Rapa factories to protect it from reverse sensitivity or other risks of that nature. At 1.5, I make the point that Plan Change 17 presents a significant opportunity to meet demand for industrial land and provides economic benefits for Hamilton City. You have evidence before you from Mr. Colgrave in that respect that I'll take you through in a little bit. And this plan change area has been earmarked for growth for many years, so it does have deferred industrial zoning. It is a strategic industrial node in terms of the regional policy statement as well. In terms of the plan change and Fonterra's consultation, it has engaged with the City Council for many years now in relation to the plan change. It's also worked with a range of other key stakeholders, including tangata whenua, the Regional Council, and a range of key infrastructure providers, including the New Zealand Transport Agency, KiwiRail, and IOI. The reporting officer, as recently as the addendum report last week, recommends that the plan change is approved and considers that Plan Change 17 is strongly aligned with the operative district plan, other regional policy documentation, and with surrounding land use. There are only discrete matters of detail relating to infrastructure that remain points of difference between Fonterra and the Council. In terms of the evidence you have from submitters, they are also discrete matters in my submission. It's not going to the overall merits of the plan change as a whole. At 1.10, outline the various witnesses who have given evidence on behalf of Fonterra. At 1.11, outline those witnesses that have been excused and also make the point that Mrs. Rapa and Kukutai won't be attending the hearing as well, so they provided cultural evidence and there is the CIA that their evidence is reflective of. But all cultural matters, or there are no live cultural matters outstanding. Section 2 of my submissions is just the structure, and then moving on to Section 3, the development of Plan Change 17. So at 3.2, I make the point that that linkage between Plan Change 17 and supporting the existing manufacturing site is really crucial. So it is a $1 billion site. It is of critical importance to Fonterra, both from a Waikato region perspective as well as more broadly. You'll hear from Ms. O'Rourke shortly in more detail on that. And if we move further down through to 3.7, so as Mr. Colgrave and his evidence outlines, there will be substantial economic benefits resulting from the plan change, making the market more responsive to demand, easing upward pressure on prices and improving overall efficiency, sustaining hundreds of jobs, generating around $170 million in household income and boosting GDP by about $300 million. And then once operational, supporting around 1,300 jobs and contributing roughly $200 million in GDP each year. And then moving forward to 3.12, I've talked earlier about the consultation with key stakeholders. There is the North Island Main Trunk line that neighbours one boundary, and one of the key components of the plan change design was to be able to integrate with that rail network through the provision of a rail siding. You'd have seen the evidence on behalf of Fonterra by Mr. Hoodigan outlining the stage of design of that. There's of course some more detailed design and engagement with KiwiRail in the future required, but there is a concept design for that, and that would be advanced should this plan change be approved and development then move forward. Moving on to the key features of the plan change. It does essentially live zone this area. Infrastructure, you'll certainly hear a lot about infrastructure over the next 2 days. That is a key aspect that has been absolutely central to the design and development of Plan Change 17 right from the outset. And so you'll hear from the range of witnesses for Fonterra in terms of planning, but also three waters, water and wastewater, stormwater, and then transport. Considerable thought has been given to how to balance the competing tensions of certainty for each of the different stakeholders and flexibility, in the sense that whatever we think is the best available information today, that will change tomorrow, and also as far as the way in which this will be developed over time, there is a degree of market receptiveness as far as making sure that it reflects what the market's demand actually is. And so that has been a live issue all the way through as far as how to find the right balance from that perspective. And you will have seen evidence from Mr. Grala in particular, as well as Mr. Inda, on sort of some of those competing tensions and how you strike that balance. And so that is a key theme that has come through in the development of Plan Change 17, of making sure that the council has sufficient certainty that the right infrastructure will be established at the right time, but also to provide comfort for the applicant that this isn't a Clayton's plan change, so to speak, where there is still significant uncertainty through each and every consenting process, but also balancing that real world need to make sure that assessments are undertaken at the appropriate stage. So in section 4, I outlined the various key parts of the plan change. You'll see at 4.2 that the overwhelming majority of the plan change land is owned by Fonterra. Now that provides significant advantages as far as that overall coordination and staging and sequencing of development and the various corresponding infrastructure upgrades. And so Fonterra has been working and continues to work with the council team, because alongside whatever the planning provisions are, there will need to be discussions around the infrastructure more detail as far as how that is to be established for each stage, who pays for what, all of those matters, which aren't plan change detail matters, but I guess just to provide you with context that that is something that continues to occur as it does in other developments of this nature and scale. And having Fonterra as essentially the key counterparty to the council does provide a degree of additional comfort to the council as far as it's not a free-for-all that's being established as well. And that point you'll see has come through a little bit in the 42A addendum report, to the extent that there are various submitters who have also sought their land to be rezoned as well, and we'll come on to that in due course.
Can I just ask you a question while we're on that 4.2?
Yes.
It looked to us when we went on the site visit that the Sikh temple property was outside the plan change area. But so I just wanted to confirm 1431 and 1443 to Rapa Road. Yeah, can we see those on a plan at some stage, just to confirm? Because it looked to us as though the temple was in the gap between the plan change area and Te Awa Lakes.
Certainly.
Yeah, that's right, Commissioner. One thing we have agreed, Fonterra has agreed with the Sikh temple is around access. And so you'll see on the structure plan, there's an intention for the Sikh temple to get access from that minor road that's shown along that northern side of the factory. That was something that they requested at one of the community open days that Fonterra held, but you're right, it is excluded from the rezoning.
And so at 4.3 and 4.4 outline the importance of the structure plan and the various components of that. And then at 4.5, the design of Plan Change 17 contemplates that certain areas will be developed first, but recognises that need for flexibility. And so that balance has been struck through using explicit measurable triggers for transport upgrades linked to land release and trip generation. Sequencing Three Waters infrastructure through the strategic infrastructure table. Again, you'll hear plenty of discussion around that infrastructure table. And then requiring an infrastructure plan at the first subdivision and or land use consent with each stage. Now, in terms of stormwater, Plan Change 17 incorporates best practice stormwater management. Hamilton City has been going through a separate plan change in relation to natural hazards and those points. Essentially, the stormwater modelling that has been undertaken for this plan change is consistent with what the council is doing more broadly, and so it is very much entirely in alignment on that front, and you'll hear from Mr. King on that. And so moving on to changes since lodgement. So there has been ongoing changes made, as you will have seen, as Fonterra has continued to engage with stakeholders, continued to work closely with the council in particular. And so there have been a range of changes made. There, I guess, have been a bit of a moving feast as far as the approach to these infrastructure upgrades and how they're depicted. Fonterra did update those following submissions in response to what it understood the council's preference was. Subsequently, through the officer's report, got an updated view of the world from the council, and so again, Fonterra has sought to respond to where the council is at to try to ensure that there is alignment from that structural perspective, notwithstanding the various discrete substantive matters that remain outstanding between the parties. And that is continued with following Mr. Grala's evidence, rebuttal evidence, I think that included updated provisions. There was then ongoing engagement with the hope that there would be large-scale alignment before we got to the hearing. That, because of timing matters, didn't end up happening as well as I think anybody would have liked, and so there was a little bit of it being developed in parallel between Fonterra and the council. The council then provided its addendum last week that did have quite a lot of drafting changes, I'd probably characterise them as, rather than substantive matters. So Mr. Grala's updated provisions that are attached to his hearing statement, to the extent that they are drafting matters that aren't substantive, sought to accept those, and so it is really trying to focus on what those key substantive matters are between Fonterra and the council. And so in terms of that, just to run you through very briefly what those key matters are that remain outstanding. So the cross-section for Ruffle Road is one. You'll hear from Mr. Inda on that, and I've got some notes in my legal submissions addressing that point. There is then the trigger for when a broad ITA is required, as to whether that's from 20 hectares on or from 42 hectares on. The council team has proposed some additional transport upgrades within the transport infrastructure table, and so those aren't agreed, and so those additions still remain a live issue. There are then on stormwater, following further discussions between Mr. Grala and Mr. McGann, understands that it is a drafting issue rather than a substantive issue as to the key initial stormwater works that are required, and so you'll hear again from the Fonterra team on that. There is I guess, a range of changes that are about the degree of additional council sign-off approval at various stages and trying to find that balance as to what level of oversight is appropriate. There is some additional cross-referencing to the general information requirements that are already in the plan. And again, that's rather than reinventing the wheel and being really prescriptive in multiple places, to the extent that things are provided for elsewhere, to look to rely on those. You would have seen in the addendum last week a new objective and additional policies proposed by Council. The objective is accepted. The drafting of some of the policies is changed in Mr. Grala's version. The substance remains largely the same, but it's a drafting matter. But because they're in that objective and policy framework, those are important, and so Mr. Grala will address you on that. There's then, in terms of the infrastructure plan, there is a difference in views as to, and it's a structural matter, I think, more than anything else, as to whether process issues are included in the infrastructure table or are included in a different part of the plan. And so, again, trying to make sure this fits with what is already the existing plan structure is important. And then there are some minor tidy-ups to various provisions, including, for example, there are some changes to the controls around access to Meadowview Lane, which we understand may be inadvertent as far as rather than restricting heavy vehicle access from the Fonterra sites onto Meadowview Lane, it's the lot references are now third-party land that would now, because of that rule in the council version, have to take access through the Fonterra dairy factory, for example. So they're important practical issues, but in the scheme of things, they're matters of detail. And so those are essentially the key points of difference. So in the scheme of things, with a 90-odd hectare plan change, it's matters of real detail. But those are a sort of a high-level summary of those key matters that remain outstanding. Moving on to section 5 of my legal submissions. This is outlining the legal framework. You'll both be very familiar with it. I'm not going to take you through the various requirements in detail. There are a couple of points I would like to focus on, though. One is in terms of the section 32 side of things and those important concepts of effectiveness and efficiency. And so I think as far as the points of difference between the council and Fonterra, a lot relies on this question of to what extent are the provisions effective. Fonterra's view is that the provisions as proposed by Fonterra are absolutely effective. And then the flip side of that is that question of efficiency. You'll see in my submissions reference to the Federated Farmers case, and then the Royal Forest and Bird Society and Whakatane District Council case. And essentially that is saying that to the extent that there are different options to address something, the lightest touch intervention will be the most efficient. And so from a section 32 perspective, that ends up being most appropriate to the extent that there are equally effective measures, or to the extent there's a balance there. And so that is relevant when it comes to questions of, for example, from 20 hectares on, does a broad ITA, which is at significant cost, need to be undertaken at each and every development stage beyond that? Or is there sufficient comfort today to go, these are the upgrades that are required, and it's if you divert from that, that it's a simple ITA, and otherwise it's 42 hectares, as an example. And so you'll hear from Mr. Inda and then Mr. Grala on those points. Tied to that as well is this question of, well, how do we set an appropriate transport baseline for modelling purposes? And so this is a question that's really around, well, what effects are we looking at? What effects need to be considered for the purposes of the plan change? And so you'll be familiar with Hawthorne essentially taking a real world approach to that. And it comes up, this question of what the appropriate environment is, comes up in different areas in the landscape context, to the extent that that northern boundary with the Te Awa Lakes land is considered, in the transport space, and then with stormwater as well. And so I'll take you now through those various areas and where the various parties are at on those points. At 517, when I talk about that real world analysis, it appears from the legal submissions for Te Awa Lakes that they contend that a different conception of the environment should be considered for a plan change rather than a resource consent. In my submission, that can't be the case. There does need to be a consistent, for the RMA and its conception of the environment, there needs to be consistency. Now that clearly contemplates both a current state view as well as a future facing consideration. Where the challenge lies is particularly with that, what does the future hold, and how deep into the looking glass or the crystal ball are we actually looking as far as trying to work out what needs to be considered. And it does come up in slightly different forms in each of those different areas. So firstly, in relation to the landscape boundary treatment. So this is that northern boundary where Mr. Coles, Mr. Kensington, Mr. Grala have considered what the appropriate boundary treatment should be, and various controls have been proposed. And it is a situation where the adjacent land is also deferred industrial as well. You would have seen from the Te Awa Lakes evidence the suggestion that, well, actually, because there's a cross-reference to future urban provisions, that suddenly it's opening up what might be the future situation there. They've referenced their master plan, which is an internal Te Awa Lakes document as far as what they currently might like their land to be developed as, and they've also referenced their fast-track consent, or their fast-track listing, and it's a question of whether that has any relevance whatsoever to your consideration. From Fonterra's perspective, and as outlined by Mr. Grala and Mr. McGann, the appropriate consideration of the adjacent Te Awa Lakes land is reflective of its deferred industrial status. And to look beyond that as far as what else Te Awa Lakes might look to do with its land at some point in the future is you're getting beyond what might be considered. From a legal perspective, it also essentially is requiring, if you impose controls to address that, you're essentially forcing Fonterra to mitigate and bear the cost of the mitigation of whatever Te Awa Lakes might look to do in the future. And so it is interesting in my submission that questions of fairness and equity are raised in the submissions for Te Awa Lakes. Essentially, we are in violent agreement with Te Awa Lakes in relation to that, and the question is, how does that manifest in relation to the boundary treatment and then the transport, which I'll come on to. And so, in my submission, as far as boundary treatment, just to complete the loop on that, both Fonterra and the council team are in agreement that the provisions as proposed in Plan 17 are absolutely appropriate in terms of managing effects on that boundary. We'll move on to transport now. Now, this is a slightly more complex issue because, in some respects, in particular because of the way in which the Te Awa Lakes planning provisions are framed. And so you will have seen plenty of evidence from the various witnesses in relation to that. But essentially, the Te Awa Lakes provisions seek or have a significant degree of kicking the can down the road as far as what the appropriate transport upgrades will be for the development of the unconsented parts of the Te Awa Lakes site. So there were various transport upgrades required and triggers included within the Te Awa Lakes provisions. They have got consent for the early stages of that. Essentially, what occurred through the development of Plan Change 17 was that there were discussions between Mr. Inda, Mr. Grala and the Council about the regional transport model and what assumptions should go into that right at the outset. That resulted in initially full build out of the Te Awa Lakes site being included. The challenge with that is that there was significant transport movements associated with full build out, but because the Te Awa Lakes provisions say it's for broad ITAs down the track, we don't know exactly what the transport upgrades might be required for that. And so when you put all of the Te Awa Lakes traffic into the model without the corresponding transport upgrades, understandably, there's a whole lot of effects that need to be addressed. Now, in my submission, it's entirely unfair, disproportionate and inequitable to go, we'll put all of that transport into the model, we won't have any of the corresponding transport upgrades required, and suddenly when you look at, well, what effects need to be addressed in terms of this plan change, there's suddenly a laundry list of upgrades that need to be required, which is not actually about mitigating the effects of this plan change, it is about mitigating the effects of Te Awa Lakes traffic. And so those concepts of proportionality, fairness, equality or equity, those are really important when you look at what is the appropriate approach to what the baseline is from a transport perspective and then what the provisions end up being. And so that is why there were changes made very early on as far as what the baseline was to look at, well, we have certainty about both the consented Te Awa Lakes development and the corresponding transport upgrades. Those are all included in the model. Beyond that, as far as what Te Awa Lakes might look to do and what the corresponding transport upgrades are, because we're essentially, that would be being asked to do the transport modelling or mitigation work for Te Awa Lakes themselves, those haven't been included. Now, Mr. Inda and Mr. Grala have outlined in their evidence why that approach has been taken and why there is still absolute confidence in the transport provisions as proposed by Plan Change 17. But I think it is really important to make sure that it's not a one-sided or only half the story that is provided as far as what assumptions go into that transport baseline model. Now, what that means is that, as we would expect, when we look ahead into the future, there are a range of different uncertainties. And so you'll have seen reference to the Te Awa Lakes fast track and some other fast track consents, what might happen with the balance of the Te Awa Lakes site, other developments and the like. Mr. Inda has carefully considered what the transport upgrades are required, and his evidence, and he'll take you through this, he's very clear that what is shown in the table is absolutely appropriate for development up to 42 hectares. Beyond that is a matter where there is absolutely appropriate broad ITA requirements required. But that is the appropriate threshold. And essentially, that is that key point of difference between ourselves and the council about what that trigger is for a broad ITA as well as some of those other transport upgrades that the council seeks to have included, and additional layers of conservatism or control built into the provisions by the council team. And so, again, Mr. Grala will be able to take you through that along with Mr. Inder. Section 6 of my submissions then goes through the various effects of the plan change. Very conscious you've read that evidence, you've read these submissions, I'm not going to take you in detail through it. On economics, you've heard me talk about the significant benefits resulting and that this area is well suited to meet this industrial land need. Acoustics, there have been no issues raised with the approach taken by Mr. Ellerton, and he has been excused and his evidence taken as read. On ecology, so there has been considerable care given by Fonterra both to terrestrial ecology and to the specific issue of bats as well, and so that's why there's been evidence provided by both Dr. Usher and by Mr. Kessels. And so Dr. Usher's evidence is that there will be a significant net gain for Indigenous biodiversity and ecological services within the plan change area. It's largely farmland essentially at the moment, and so you'd have seen the detailed evidence on those matters. You'll hear from Dr. Usher later this morning as well. There have been no ecological issues raised by other parties that haven't already been included within the plan change provisions, and so Dr. Usher will be able to talk you through that as well. On cultural matters, just outline the close working relationship that Fonterra's had with the Tangata Whenua Working Group that resulted in CIA. The recommendations in that CIA have all been incorporated within the plan change provisions. On archaeology, you'll have seen Ms. Keith's recommendation that the Mangahara Keke Pā be excluded from future development, which is part of the structure plan, and that on archaeology there is agreement between Fonterra and the council. On contamination and geotechnical aspects, again, matters of detail that have been, there's no issue in terms of those matters. On landscape, Mr. Kensington has provided evidence where his overall conclusion is that the proposal will result in a low level of adverse effects on landscape, natural character and visual amenity values. While the interface issues with Te Awa Lakes have been primarily addressed from an urban design perspective, Mr. Kensington can also address you in relation to those points. He's been involved in the discussions with Mr. Coles on those issues. On urban design, you'll also hear from Mr. Coles shortly. There is agreement between Fonterra and the council. The key point is that question of boundary treatment with Te Awa Lakes, and Mr. Coles' view is that the provisions as proposed are entirely appropriate, and you'll have seen in his rebuttal commentary on Mr. Billsborough's evidence in particular for Te Awa Lakes. Understand that at the end of last week, Te Awa Lakes provided their hearing statement that seem to now also have a fallback, taking into account the zoning approach that Fonterra and the council have approached this on, some more particular comments on what they think is appropriate treatment. Again, Mr. Coles can address you on that. And then transport, I think I've taken you through a lot of that detail already, but essentially it has been subject of detailed modelling at various stages. Mr. Inder has worked very closely in relation to those provisions. I'll leave him to take you through the detail of that, but that is substantively where a number of these key outstanding issues remain, just around that balance of what degree of council further council oversight is required, and finding that balance will be a key question that you as the panel will need to reach a view on. And do make the point at 648B that the addendum report from the council and the assessment, there isn't a section 32AA assessment with it, and so those questions of efficiency and effectiveness in my submission need to be front of mind for you as you consider the provisions. Moving on to stormwater. So this is an area which is within a broader catchment subject to an integrated catchment management plan. Now, you would have seen the evidence and the submissions from the council that outline we do have a gnarly situation of sorts in that this is a catchment that is degraded. There are a whole range of different reasons for that. It's also a catchment that spans both Hamilton City and Waikato District, and where the regional council is ultimately responsible as well. So it is complex as far as the range of parties in the room, or needing to be in the room, as far as addressing that issue at a macro scale. What is important in the context of this plan change is looking at, well, what are the effects associated with this plan change that need to be managed, and is there sufficient rigour in there as to how that management is required to be undertaken and assessed down the track. Now, our understanding is that there is agreement on the substance between Fonterra and the council as to what those initial works are. And so essentially the stage 1 or area 1 stream resilience works are the most important first step, and so it is a drafting question as to how to be sufficiently clear in the provisions around that.
Can we just focus on that while you're on the
Certainly.
topic? So if we go to perhaps the attachment to Mr. Grala's evidence, that first line in the table in 3933, is it enabling work? So
yes.
are we help me understand how it's drafting, not substantive, perhaps,
Sure.
Because the issue of contention seems to be whether it's the enabling line versus the subsequent lines. And then also I understood there was a concern about the drafting referring to a mutual agreement with the council.
Indeed, and maybe Mr. Grala could address you on that question, because he's been the one holding the pen on these provisions in the first instance, and then I can add to that.
So the way the infrastructure table's been prepared is that the intention is that it gives effectively a shopping list of what upgrades need to be undertaken for each stage. Now the stages have purposely been designed so that they don't go 1, 2, 3 in sequence, and that there's flexibility to start at various points. And so the preceding stages column is important for that because it has the interdependencies and reliance factor built into it. The enabling work is effectively, as I understand it, infrastructure that needs to go in on day 0 for any stages to happen. So that is infrastructure that needs to happen, that needs to be in at day 1 for any stage. So it's like a day 0 implementation. And then the way it's been structured is that each then stage builds on that and it's like a jigsaw that gets completed as it gets to the relevant stage. I've purposely drafted it so that the table just outlines the upgrades that need to occur, and the infrastructure plan, which is also required for every stage, that sets out the methodology and the information and the process that needs to follow in order for these upgrades to be continually be designed for any applicant to work with the relevant stakeholders, which include EOI Flowing Waters, Mana Whenua, adjoining councils as relevant. And so it recognises that whilst these have been developed at a conceptual level for a plan change, they will continue to be developed as you go through resource consent, engineering plan and implementation, and it's important for that dialogue to carry on. What I was really clear I was trying to avoid was to have this sort of conflating of the two, process versus the upgrade. And so I've purposely avoided trying to have any process in the table and leave that for the infrastructure plan section to deal with.
And then adding to that, in terms of the enabling works for stormwater, that has been removed from there because there are some stages that drain directly to the river, and so it's actually repeated under each of the blocks or stages that will drain into the Te Rapa stream. And so those works need to be undertaken for any of the stages that drain into the Te Rapa stream. And so there is agreement on that. There is then a different way that they're framed. So the reference to riprap stream bed works within Area 1 as identified in Appendix E of the Te Rapa ICMP. That is essentially the same Te Rapa stream erosion resilience works, and it's just trying to provide additional clarity as to those works. So that's where it's a drafting question. So there is agreement those upgrade works or stream erosion resilience works need to be undertaken before development of any of the stages that flow into the Te Rapa stream. It is a question of where in the table they are shown, and so it's not shown as enabling works because they're actually required for the 7 stages or whatever the number is that drain into Te Rapa stream rather than the 2 other ones that drain direct to the river.
So is the point being that if the ones on the other side of the road go first, then you don't have to do it up front? And what about the wording, or to a level mutually agreed upon by Hamilton City Council and Waikato Regional Council? Is that not needed because your drafting defines the works?
So it is both because of that and because Fonterra doesn't want a situation where when it comes to that next consenting stage, there is a situation where Waikato Regional Council is saying, we want all of these other things, or Hamilton City is saying we want all these other things, and then there's a question of, well, how is that actually to be worked through, where what we're wanting is to be clear as far as what that expectation is, and then there are the infrastructure plan requirements that require, for example, consultation with a range of stakeholders, and that's included in that detail's included in the infrastructure plan. So that information and that engagement with those parties is still required, but having a rule saying you need to do whatever Hamilton City and Waikato Region say you need to down the track, from a legal perspective and a planning perspective, isn't considered appropriate. Moving on to 657, also you will have seen in both Mr. Smith's technical memo last week as well as in Mr. King's rebuttal some calculations of proportionate contributions. In that paragraph, I've sought to clarify that there isn't disagreement between those two experts. They're just calculating proportions of a different number, whether it's just the Hamilton City contribution and what Fonterra's contribution or proportionate share of that is, or whether it's the overall catchment, because this does span Hamilton City and Waikato District. And then at the end of that paragraph, also make note of the reference in Mr King's rebuttal to the consenting process that Porter Group has undertaken, where there was essentially a $27,000 per hectare contribution required. And on that, our provisions go beyond just saying there needs to be a cheque written to Hamilton City, which I think is a concern outlined in Mr Muldowney's legal submissions, that this isn't a situation in terms of mitigating effects where handing over a cheque is sufficient. And so that is why those initial stream erosion works are outlined within the table to provide certainty on it. As far as future stages, there will of course be the need for further engagement between Fonterra and the council, potentially Waikato District, Waikato Region and the like, as far as how this degraded environment is improved over time, and everyone does their fair part of that. On water supply and wastewater, again, there is at a technical level agreement as to what sort of upgrades might be required. The key difference, as Mr Grala has explained, is some of those process or detail matters, whether they should be included within the infrastructure table at 3933 or not. And so that's where the question of confirmed water allocation and availability isn't actually an upgrade in and of itself. And so there, and Mr Grala will explain how those considerations are built in elsewhere in the plan provisions. Now, moving on to the question of the various submitters seeking that their land also be included within the plan change and the live zoning. So you have submissions on this from Fonterra, also from Hamilton City and from the Porter Group in the broader sense. There's essentially agreement on what the law is. It's just a question of how that actually applies here. You'll have seen my submissions on that. This does go beyond the geographical extent of the land that is proposed to be rezoned through Plan Change 17. That isn't necessarily the end of the story though, and I'm sure you'll be aware of the case law in relation to that. On that, as you move further afield, no doubt it gets more challenging from a scope perspective to demonstrate that linkage. For example, the Porter's triangle of land that is referred to in some of the evidence is more proximate than some of the other land holdings. It is also relevant to my submission that right at the outset of this process, Fonterra had approached Porter Group as far as whether they would like to be part of this plan change process. They declined that request, and in my submission that is a relevant factor as far as your consideration of scope as well when it comes to that second limb, as well as far as the fairness part as well in relation to that. I do acknowledge that the submissions for both Porter Group and Hamilton City consider that there is scope. My submission is it would absolutely be open to you to find that some or all of those submissions do go from a legal perspective beyond the scope of the plan change and that you don't need to consider them further. But also from my, in my submission, the substantive consideration of whether there is appropriate justification for those is potentially an even bigger threshold for them, given the paucity of evidence that has been provided. And so you will have seen for the Meadowview Lane submitters, there is a planning statement, and that's essentially it. For Porter's Group, there is some technical evidence alongside their planning evidence, but it is certainly not the full suite of considerations that you would normally expect when you're looking at a rezoning at scale. And so both Mr. McGann and Mr. Grala have provided evidence through the addendum report, and then Mr. Grala's rebuttal outlining some of those concerns as to whether there is a sufficient evidence base for you to be satisfied that it is most appropriate for those areas to be included within the plan change area. One of the other aspects that comes through in the council addendum is that, and legal submissions, is that to the extent you've got additional land holdings, additional parties involved, it adds additional complexity as far as this concern that council has about infrastructure, funding, delivery and provision. And so that is another factor that does weigh against opening up significant additional areas to rezoning at this stage. And then finally, in section 8 of my submissions, just provide a summary of the various conclusions from Mr. Grala and Mr. McGann as far as the policy fit and on those key statutory tests. Overall, in my submission, this plan change is consistent with the surrounding planning framework. It is, gives effect to the various higher order documents, and as far as the Section 32 test does meet those as reflecting what is most appropriate in terms of the objectives, meeting the purpose of the Act, and the other provisions achieving the objectives of the plan. And so my overall submission is to respectfully seek that the plan change is approved on the provisions as contained within, or as contained within Mr. Grala's hearing statement. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Munro.
Thank you. I'll start with just a couple of gaps in my understanding of the proposal. As I read the existing Chapter 12 zone, and I'm just reading what's on the public internet, it seems that in addition to the existing dairy manufacturing site, there's an area of land called Stage 1A that is already outside of a deferral. It's live. It's just subject to a certain number of rules and requirements in that zone.
Yes.
And when I go to the online maps, I can't find anything that switches that on, but I did find, just reading through the chapter, a link to map 6, A or B, which 6B, which shows a Stage 1 area, which seems to sit fairly and squarely on a chunk of the land that this plan change applies to. So my first question is, am I right or am I wrong? And is there any map in the material we've got from you that shows us that?
Sure, that's probably a question for Mr. Grala.
It's a good question, Commissioner. I am familiar with the existing framework, and you're right in that there are various stages that are contemplated in a sequenced manner, but it's something I'd have to check and come back to you on.
Well, I think respectfully that's pretty important if you're proposing a plan change to remove a deferral on land that is already not subject to the deferral. It seems to me that the proposal is to take a piece of land and remove a deferral from parts of it, and for other parts that aren't subject to the deferral, to change the rules and provisions that already apply to it vis-a-vis what can be done when, all in an integrated way. I understand the outcome that's sought. It just feels that there's a bit of a gap there, and it's helpful for me to actually understand what is an existing industrial zone and what is an industrial zone subject to an infrastructure deferral, and what is just a general future urban zone that someone can contemplate some argument for something else over.
Certainly.
So have a think about that if it's not something you can give us right now.
Yes.
Sir, can I just assist? And I don't wish to interrupt the presentation, but just on that issue, in my opening legal submissions, there is a section on the planning context starts at section 8, paragraph 8 of my submissions, and it deals with this issue. So there may be some assistance to you in paragraphs 8 onwards. And can I also say, your point about the online map, I had the same problem. When I tried to put the layer on, which added the layer to show where stage 1A and 1B were, the online map doesn't show it. The old school version of the plan, the hard copy version does, and I'll make that available to the commissioners during the course of today, so you can locate stage 1A and 1B.
Yes, but as far as I can tell from, thank you, but as far as I can tell from your submissions, you haven't said that stage 1A no longer exists. It's there and it's a live zone. Is that correct?
Stage 1A does exist.
1B you've dealt with in your submissions.
1B has now been superseded
yes,
by the Te Awa Lakes plan change.
It's 1A that applies, I think, to part of the applicant's land that I'm interested in. Thanks.
That's right, and I'll help you with the map. And I'll get a hard copy version.
Well, perhaps the two of you can just sort it out yourselves. I think in the first instance, I think it would be nice if the applicant could actually correctly confirm what it's asking
Indeed.
of us. But thank you for that. Moving on then. Is it your position that the industrial zone is an industrial zone? It's not live in part. It's subject to this deferral. The deferral seems to be discussed in relation to infrastructure, but does it follow then that your position is that everything else about the land having an industrial zone has effectively already been done?
Yes, in the sense that if you look at the broader policy framework, including the RPS, this is a strategic industrial node. And so, yes, there isn't, while the future live zoning will still be subject to a plan change process in some shape or form, that the industrial future of this is entirely consistent with the planning framework rather than some other use.
Following on from that, and let's, for the sake of the question, imagine that we are persuaded to agree with that starting point and description of the zone.
Yes.
It struck me as odd that you provided a landscape assessment if the land's already been determined appropriate for industrial development, and it's just a question of infrastructure and timing. No criticism of anything Mr. Kensington's done, but he's assessed it almost as if it's an evaluation of rezoning from rural to industrial. If it's just a question of timing, why did we need that? Because it plays into the argument, to be fair, of some of the submitters saying it's not an industrial zone at all.
To some extent, Fonterra would have been damned if it did, damned if it didn't, because equally, if it hadn't considered that, it isn't live zoned, and so from that perspective, it would be open to potential challenge on the basis that there hasn't been consideration, and you look at the current state of that environment, it is used for farming purposes and the like. So from that perspective, it was seen as the more appropriate option to take that assessment as well, to have that available to the council and yourselves.
Okay, belts and braces is always a good answer, I'll give you that. One of the questions then I might put to Mr. Kensington, and I think it's fair to ask your comment on it before I speak with him, is to ask him a slightly more focused question than he's concluded, which might be along the lines of, if we were to take the view that the land had already got an industrial future clearly signalled, including the standards that are deferred, and the real question is, are there any effects involved with bringing it forward?
Yes.
I can't imagine his conclusions will change, but if we were to ask a question along the lines of such a refocusing, would you see any objection to that?
No, okay. and it is an issue that has arisen in other areas. We were in mediation recently for in Waipa district, where some of those same sort of issues were arising as far as the timing of transition from a rural area to industrial. So
Okay.
certainly understand that.
2 more questions. Well, they both relate to the Porter submission. Now, in fairness to that submission, it identifies, which seems to be open to submitters, a number of reliefs that might be acceptable. And one of those is to uplift the deferral from the entirety of the zone. Is your understanding of one of the reliefs sought?
Yes.
And that would include the Te Awa Lakes land north of your northern block of land.
Yes.
And presumably, if we were to agree with that submission, that land would then get a live industrial zone. Is
Yes.
that what you understand?
Yes.
That would help your position on not providing additional amenity controls on the northern side of the northern part of your land, would it not?
Yes, it would.
But you didn't make any particular signal that that would be acceptable to you.
Correct, because the landscape aspect is one of a range of different effects, and you will have seen from the council case that the infrastructure issues are a very live issue, and so there are a number of trade-offs here.
Oh, yes, I understand all that. I just want to talk lastly about the Porter Triangle.
Yes.
That directly adjoins the PC17 land and would, it seems, continue a pretty important road connection to Kota Drive in the scheme of things. Accepting your position on the land collectively, and as far as we understand, we're only being asked to consider the portion of the Porter land holdings that are within the Te Rapa North Zone. To what extent do you say the conclusions of the planning arguments, policy arguments and evidence that you've provided could reasonably stretch to cover that directly adjoining triangle only?
Certainly. So Mr. Grala has addressed what the various technical witnesses have provided in their rebuttal comments on the infrastructure requirements for that land, and particularly that triangle of land. And then Mr. Grala has commented on the various rezoning requests. He appropriately acknowledges that of all of the various requests, that triangle of land is the most logical extension. And so as far as looking at the merits of those, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Grala, but his evidence is that if you were entertaining extension of the plan change area, that is the most logical and would make most sense.
So then, is it fair to recap your position as not supporting any of the rezoning requests, that it's open for us to find that there is, and the least objectionable to your client would be that triangle?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
And the only question I have is really a follow-on from that. So if you accept that it's already been determined that the land is appropriate for industrial, beyond the sort of the transport and the 3 waters, what areas are really, really key if we were to find that there was scope to bring other land in terms of additional evidence that would be required?
So Mr. Grala has addressed that in his rebuttal as far as things like engagement with other stakeholders, the cultural component, for example, that there hasn't been that work undertaken. There may well be other aspects of that land that do require specific provisions applying to them, for example. So there's been a suite of assessments that have been undertaken in support of this plan change that covers a dozen or more different areas. By comparison, you've got 3 or 4 statements of evidence covering quite discrete matters. And so absolutely, the infrastructure servicing piece is of greatest significance in the sense of looking at the council's concerns in relation to bringing live the zoning of these areas. But that's not the only aspect that needs to be considered as far as working out what the most appropriate framework might be. And so you do look at the relative amount of assessment that has been given to that triangle or any other piece compared to what has been undertaken for the Plan Change 17 land proper.
And in terms of the submissions before us, there's more technical evidence, as I think you acknowledged, from porters than there is from any other submitter.
Yes,
But I think your position is still not enough, is that?
correct.
Yep.
And then that's, you'll see that evidence from Mr. Gralla.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move on then to the first witness for Fonterra, which is Ms. O'Rourke.
Morena, ko Suzanne O'Rourke tōku ingoa. I am the National Environmental Policy Manager for Fonterra's New Zealand operations. I'm responsible for managing and coordinating Fonterra's involvement in all resource management, policy and plan development processes that affect its New Zealand-based manufacturing sites and storage and distribution centres. I'm aware that Mr Manhinnick has covered off a lot of the background to this, but I do want to highlight a couple of points. This has been an extensive process, so I will just take some time to talk to a couple of important points for Fonterra. So as you have heard, Fonterra is a significant company, New Zealand's largest company. We have around 9,000 shareholders who we collect more than 16 billion litres of milk from annually. We export to over 130 markets worldwide, and we are the 7th largest dairy company in the world. Within New Zealand, we have 24 manufacturing sites that span from the north in Kauri down to the south in Edendale. We have 5 brand sites and 3 logistics distribution sites. So the operation of the dairy manufacturing facilities is an integral part of the Fonterra business and essential to maintaining the success of the company. Turning to the Waikato, Fonterra has significant assets and operational interests in the region, which includes 8 dairy manufacturing sites, so the greatest number in any region in New Zealand, and the Crawford Street Cool Store and Logistics Centre. The Te Rapa site is one of Fonterra's largest sites. It processes up to 7.5 million litres of milk per day and can fill 48 shipping containers every day. Again, the Te Rapa site produces 12.5% of Fonterra's annual milk powder output, and products are shipped to international markets across Asia, South America, Africa and the Middle East. The site specialises in cream with 5 cream processing plants, and 95% of these products are exported overseas. So the Te Rapa manufacturing site is a critical asset for Fonterra, has a replacement value of almost $1 billion, and it plays an integral role in Fonterra's wider processing portfolio as a balanced site. So while it primarily supports the Waikato region, it also supports Fonterra's dairy manufacturing sites across the North Island, particularly at the start of the season, as it has the ability to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And if I can just turn to a recent example of that, I see there is reference in the statement from Mr Coventry that came in yesterday on behalf of Te Awa regarding the closure of what were called the D1 and D2 dryer back in April 2024. So some 6 weeks ago, both those dryers, D1 and D2, were reopened, and they were needed to support the high volumes of milk that were being processed within the Waikato and around the country. It's just an example of how our sites are always looking to adjust to the current market. So again, the site has undergone significant expansion, and this development was confirmed on the basis that the Te Rapa North area was and would continue to be surrounded by heavy industrial zoned land. And the availability of the land on its zoning and the fact that dairy processing is permitted makes the manufacturing site a good option for future development of additional capacity. So that's a high-level summary of the importance of the Te Rapa site, and I will now touch on some of the consultation that's taken place. So we started discussions when I started here in 2021 with the council, so some 4 years ago. And those communications continued during 2024. The preparation of the plan change was in full swing. We were meeting monthly with the council. and then we lodged the plan change, and following that lodgement, we continued to meet throughout 2025, including workshops with key council staff and their technical experts on key infrastructure. Those discussions were working towards alignment on the infrastructure arrangements, and you've heard about those in some detail. And Fonterra would like to acknowledge the time and input from the council staff in working towards servicing arrangements which enabled PC17 to progress. It was a productive and collaborative engagement process, and we are very grateful for the time from staff. Fonterra was also talking extensively with tangata whenua throughout preparation of the plan change, so from some 18 months in 2023 through to December 2024. We engaged with the tangata whenua working group. We're working to identify any cultural issues with the plan change and to consider any mitigations. The hui were an important opportunity for us to have an open dialogue with the tangata whenua working group and to progress PC17 in a way that was receptive to cultural matters. As you'll be aware, the cultural advice report was submitted as part of the plan change, and the cultural evidence has been provided also. Turning to some of the other consultation that took part, so we were aware there was a very wide level of interest within the plan change, and it was important that landowners in the area were aware of this process. So in mid-2024, we had a community meeting where we had the Fonterra team come together. We gave a presentation on the plan change, and then we obviously had an opportunity afterwards for some questions and answers with any landowners in the area and to hear from them. And overall, the support was positive from those people who attended. Turning to the more specific engagement with the landowners within the plan change area. So that included the Sikh Society, Francis and Karen Rogg at 80 Meadowview Lane, and JW Trustees Limited on Meadowview Lane. So again, we had talked directly with all those parties, and those parties have not submitted on the plan change. Turning to Empire Corporation and Porters Group, which also has been mentioned, we had fairly regular consultation with the parties from March to August 2024. We were meeting with their representatives and Fonterra's representatives with detailed meetings held and notes circulated to both parties. At this point, Fonterra had an open mind as to the extent of the plan change area, how Empire's land parcels could be accommodated and how infrastructure could be shared. With PC17 progressing towards lodgement, Fonterra needed to confirm the extent of the plan change area. Technical reports were being prepared which required clarity on the area, and this would enable those assessments to be completed. In July 2024, Empire advised it understood Fonterra was working towards lodgement of the plan change and would not pause progress regardless of Empire's response. At this point, as Empire were not able to confirm whether they would be part of the plan change, Fonterra proceeded without inclusion of that land. The Empire submission states engagement and consultation undertaken by Fonterra lacked meaningful dialogue, and the technical information was not provided to Empire. Fonterra does not agree with this statement. Fonterra considers it took considerable consultation as evidenced in this commentary and in my evidence, and the technical information we shared is set out in section 6.25. Turning to Te Awa Lakes, so again, they're a significant landowner to the north of the plan change, and we engage with them both throughout the plan change and as operator of the manufacturing site. Discussions with Te Awa Lakes focused on infrastructure capacity and servicing impacts and opportunities to align future development. Fonterra also met with Te Awa Lakes following receipt of their submission, and we responded to their concern around the focal area and made some changes in response. Finally, in terms of other stakeholders, I refer to New Zealand Transport Agency, Waka Kotahi, Waikato Regional Council, Waikato District Council and First Gas. Again, all parties that Fonterra have engaged directly with, and parties that have not presented evidence, but I do acknowledge the tabled statements from a couple of those parties. So finally, plan change proposes to remove the deferred industrial zone overlay and amend the plan provisions to enable the land to be developed for industrial purposes. This will enable activities to establish which are compatible with the Te Rapa manufacturing site and develop a land use which is consistent with that signalled in the policy framework. So we consider that Plan Change 17 delivers on the intent of the policy framework and provides strong environmental outcomes. That's my summary. Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Thank you. I'd like to ask you some questions about the North Block. To start with, and I'm not asking you to give me any specifics, and I don't want specifics, but an assumption could be that by requesting the North Block be made available, Fonterra has some plan for it. Is that correct?
Are you referring to the land adjoining the manufacturing site?
Yes, what's been called the Fonterra North on the plans.
No, at this stage there is no separation in terms of that piece of land being considered any differently from the remainder of the industrial zone. So there are no plans that are expected to go ahead of the other land.
No, I'll rephrase the question. Does Fonterra have a plan of what it would like to do with that land? Or is it just rezoning because you might at some point want to do something? Do you have something in mind? I'm not asking what it is.
Sure. Sorry, I'm not sure if I might be interpreting this correctly.
I'll fast forward a few questions, don't worry. Okay. I want to get an understanding if anybody has actually considered what burden the limitations that Te Awa Lakes is seeking will be on that land and whether it would still be available for reasonable use based on what the requestor might want for it.
Yes, so we have considered that request from Te Awa, and in terms of some of those requests regarding limiting the height of development within that area, it would be a significant impediment to the ability for Fonterra to develop that land for industrial purposes, primarily, which will obviously be consistent with the existing manufacturing site.
Is it primarily the restriction on height? I appreciate the reasons why your experts have given us evidence saying they're not justified and not necessary, but in terms of the actual impacts of those changes, which we might ask someone whether they've actually considered that, your view is that they'd be significantly negative.
Yeah, there was considerable concern from, I guess, others within the business, particularly in the property space, around what that might look like if you had a piece of land that was zoned for industrial purpose, where the expectation is there would be buildings of a greater bulk, a greater height than other zones, and so those limits would be of significant concern to Fonterra.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any questions, but thank you for your evidence. It was very clear. It's clearly been a lot of work, so I'm sure you're pleased to get to this point.
We are. Thank you very much. We are, yes.
So we're nearly upon 10:30, so I think what we'll do is we'll take a short break just until 11:15. We're just one witness behind at the moment, so Mr. Minhinnick, particularly with landscape and ecology, and I don't think you have a summary statement, so we just really need the highlights and then any questions.
Indeed.
We are keen to get into the urban design and then the infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Mr Kensington, welcome. Just the brief highlights from you and then we'll go to any questions.
Hi Maria, ko Peter Kensington, toko ingoa. I'm a consultant landscape architect. Yes, good morning, commissioners. Thank you. I'll keep things high level. And thank you, Commissioner Munro, for giving us a heads up on what the questions might be and why I'm involved in this plan change process. I guess really it's another level of detail. There are sensitivities from a landscape point of view with this location. The river in particular has high landscape values and cultural landscape values. So that's definitely a reason why I needed to be involved, just to check that what is being proposed is being respectful from a landscape point of view in terms of those sensitivities and values. And also just to double check, I guess, that the zoning is appropriate in this location, particularly given that the deferred industrial zoning will remain in some locations, and there is actual land use activity that is going to continue to occur on those pieces of land that are there at the moment. So rural residential properties will continue to operate in a rural residential manner, and so things like the buffer between those existing activities and the new industrial zoned land, the live land, needed to be addressed and defined, I guess, in a way. And so that's where things like the landscape buffers to those deferred industrial zones have come from, and potentially if I hadn't been involved as a landscape architect, they may not have come through into the provisions as strongly as they have. And I think the way that they've come through into the provisions, including at a policy level, are important to set that scene, and right through down to the council's suggestion for the information requirements that have been put into the plan now to set out those more detailed landscape matters. So I think, yeah, when I was coming to talk to you today about my evidence and summarise it, I was actually thinking, well, yeah, what are the issues that you'd be interested in? And you've sort of preempted that with your question, so thank you. The river is important. We've got the motorway and the railway line as being a clear infrastructural element that defines that western side. We've got the existing industrial land to the south, but we do have areas of existing rural residential, let's say, that are going to continue to operate in the meantime. So I think it's important that we covered those things off. Yes, now then turning to the interface with the Te Awa Lakes land in the north, it has been interesting to hear the evidence in response to that issue from their perspective. But I guess I keep coming back to the fact that it is really industrial buffering with a future industrial, and we don't really know what the future might be in the Te Awa Lakes mind. They might be wanting to do something that also has big buildings in it, like in their master plan talking about, Mr Coles and I were talking about, cinemas and recreational facilities that have indoor laser tag kind of activities in them. And they in themselves have big buildings associated with them. So there's a little bit of uncertainty about how that interface is going to play out. But in the meantime, what Fonterra have proposed through these provisions is appropriate from my point of view. And it might be sacrificial that 5 metre landscape buffer establishes, but over time it might not be required. For example, it could be industrial buffering with industrial, and then those trees in that 5 metre strip will kind of be orphaned and not really required. And I think that's appropriate if that does happen, because the land at that buffer space would be more appropriate for things like storage or parking or vehicle circulation if it was industrial versus industrial. So the industrial buffering to future industrial, let's say it's kind of a rural flavour at the moment, rural residential, the 5 metre buffer with the planting is an appropriate response in my mind. And I think that's probably all that I would like to summarise, and I'm happy to respond to questions, further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Munro.
Yeah, thank you. Just as a matter of clarification then, When you undertook your assessment and arrived at your conclusions that the plan change would be appropriate and the severity of effects you landed on, etc. As a matter of your context, were those conclusions arrived at based on the land already having a form of industrial zoning, albeit limited permitted activities, or would the conclusions and severity you landed at reduce further than you had found if an additional matter of context of the land already having a form of industrial zone on it?
Yes, it's the latter. My assessment was more looking at what's there now,
Yes,
the existing land
clear.
use. Yeah, but if it was to be reframed to look at it in a future context of it being industrial, then definitely there would be lesser adverse effects, and probably things like the buffer planting would not be required, for example.
Would you still recommend it as just a good thing to do?
Well, I think it's a real world response for now, and who knows what's going to happen, what the timing is for the future, and the planting there that's existing in that locality that screens the existing Fonterra buildings and activities is doing a really good job. So I think it would be consistent with that.
Look, I'm glad you raised that, because that was my next question, was this issue of having part of the zone subject to industrial development and part of it still deferred isn't new. It already happens with the stage 1A area, whatever that is, and whatever someone's going to tell us about it. It already happens with the existing dairy operation, and so it seems to me whatever this plan change might land on, would it be reasonable in your view that that should actually be something of the norm as over time more of this deferral gets switched on, or is it just going to be a make it up for each stage as it goes in your mind?
No, I think it would be appropriate to be as the norm, as you say. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're trying to imagine a future, and this is a plan change, not a resource consent level of detail. So I think erring on that side of caution would be appropriate. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I don't have any additional questions. Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you, Commissioners.
We go to Mr. Coles now.
Correct, yes. Mr. Coles is already up here, so he will be the next witness.
Welcome, Mr. Coles.
Now, Mr. Coles does
Here's
have a
summary.
hearing statement that was provided this morning.
Kia ora, my name is Samuel James Coles. I'm a Technical Director, Urban Design at Harrison Grierson. My qualifications and experience are set out in my primary statement of evidence. I'll skip to a summary of my findings, if that's all right. So, PC17 enables a well-functioning industrial environment that leverages the site's strategic transport context, protects natural features, and provides for worker well-being. The PC17 structure plan has been designed to complement the Te Rapa dairy manufacturing site. An appropriate urban design process was undertaken through the development of urban design key moves, an illustrative master plan, and the PC17 structure plan. The process has been iterative, with numerous amendments made to the design in response to technical inputs and stakeholder feedback. So the urban design outcomes enabled by PC17 include urban structure and staging. The structure plan establishes a clear transport hierarchy and urban pattern, including large development blocks defined by topography, infrastructure, and stormwater catchments. This enables proportional delivery of enabling infrastructure alongside land release. The structure of PC17 is supported by a strong transport strategy. This includes potential future upgrades and connections into neighbouring land, including the Kura Drive extension to the Northern River crossing. The Waikato River's margins are protected with natural open space zoning. Then the entire Te Rapa stream corridor is identified as a future reserve. An adjacent collector road increases visibility and activation of this open space corridor, and stormwater management areas will contribute to its physical scale and environmental footprint. This makes the stream a character-defining element of the plan change area. The structure plan proposes a multimodal movement hierarchy with an efficient layout. This provides for internal servicing of industrial sites while retaining Te Rapa Road as an arterial corridor supporting bus and cycle movements. Internal roading adopts cross-sections that have been tailored from operative district plan baselines to include cycling facilities and amenity landscaping. The pattern of internal roads and intersections encourages loops for efficiency while minimising crossings of the Te Rapa stream. Provision is made to support a rail siding or spur to the northern main trunk line, with adjacent industrial blocks sized to enable rail integration. A 2-hectare location is provided for the focal area, well connected to main roads and the stream corridor. This enables food and beverage and other worker-oriented amenities at a scale that supports well-being without undermining the role of established centres. The structure plan will enable a variety of industrial activity, including, for example, large-scale logistics operations. A maximum building height of 20 metres is appropriate for industrial operations at this location. Landscaping buffers and building setbacks are calibrated to achieve better streetscape outcomes on Te Rapa Road, including by enabling built form near the road boundary. Landscape buffers to sensitive interfaces provide screening to support amenity values until development beyond the edges of PC17 occurs. Detailed building and site design is left to consenting, providing flexibility to accommodate the wide range of industrial activities anticipated. I'll provide a summary of my response to other evidence. So the planning evidence of Mr. Grala identified the HES block, that's the Horatu South, East-South block with interface with PC17. Mr. Grala has identified that as having a Te Rapa North industrial zoning. It is within the deferred industrial area and subject to the TRDMS noise emissions boundary overlay. In this context, PC17's interface provisions are proportionate. I do not support additional controls sought by Mr. Collier and Mr. Billsborough. These seek to restrict maximum building height to 12 metres within 40 metres of the HES boundary and impose a 20-metre setback to industrial operations. In urban design terms, a stepped height limit would be even more onerous than typical standards applied at industrial residential or industrial open space interfaces. The large 20-metre setback is unnecessary. This open area could result in external activity, like parking, loading and storage, that produces adverse effects at the site boundary. Built form with landscape buffers typically achieves a suitable edge to industrial development, so should not be discouraged. The requested additional controls in combination would unduly constrain site layouts and building envelopes across a sizable strip of TRNIZ land, and the specific controls sought do not reflect an industrial context or respond to the mitigating effect of the interface landscape buffer. Industrial zones today accommodate a wide and evolving mix of activities. Enabling a broad range of activities supports a functional industrial environment, while restrictions on large format retail activity will avoid unintended impacts on established centres. Submissions seeking to include additional DIZ land south of the TRMS are noted. From an urban design perspective, the PC17 extent is appropriate and does not conflict with the ability for adjoining DIZ land to be live zoned in future. And in my opinion, PC17 represents sound urban design. It establishes a clear and workable urban structure, safeguards the Te Rapa stream and Waikato River, provides proportionate interface treatments, and enables amenities that support a well-functioning industrial environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Munro.
Thanks, Mr. Coles. I just have one question. Based on your experience, when you consider the built form and other limitations that Te Awa Lakes has proposed along that northern boundary, the step type, the setbacks, etc., are you aware of any other examples where that kind of industrial zone control has been imposed? And if so, what land use zones or activities were on the other side that were being protected by those controls?
If you mean the controls such as the stepped height limit and the wide setback, it comes up very rarely in my experience, and I can't think of any specifics right now, but when I researched it, I found that they tended to be opposite sensitive uses like existing parks or open space or heritage areas.
Not industrial zones?
Absolutely not.
And just to follow up on that, is the land immediately adjoining that Te Awa Lakes owns, that's the land that's subject to the covenant, is that correct?
I don't have any knowledge of a covenant.
That's okay, I can ask Mr. Growler later on. Thank you. Nothing further from me.
Excellent. So next witness is Dr. Usher on ecology.
Welcome, Dr. Usher. So no summary statement for Dr. Usher, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I don't think there's any outstanding issues with the council or anyone else in relation to ecology. So just the highlights and then we'll go to questions. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning. My name's Graham Usher. I'm a principal ecologist. I've been on the site several times and I've also led the ecology investigations team who undertook the surveys of vegetation, flora and fauna for the terrestrial and the aquatic assessments. My executive summary lays out the key points from my statement of evidence. And just summarising those, I think it would have become apparent from your site visit that the site has undergone a lot of change over time. There's no original indigenous vegetation on the site. There's no vegetation that meets the definition of indigenous vegetation, no rare plant species. Key issues on the site are around the watercourses and the changes that those watercourses have been through over time in terms of straightening and realignment, the drainage that's occurred on the site from historic state which would have been predominantly wetland and it's now non-wetland, and then some issues with some potential matters with fauna, including lizards, freshwater fish and bats. So the results from the surveys that were undertaken on the site recorded a small number of low value wetlands occurring across alongside watercourses, and I make the note that all of those wetlands were identified as likely being induced. So the proposed changes to the MPS freshwater go through as they've been signalled for later on this year, and that legislation is modified to exclude induced wetlands, then the site may be considered to not include any natural inland wetlands. At the moment it does by that definition. In terms of streams, we've been through and classified the streams on the site, and for both streams and wetlands, the provisions that are provided, that are proposed at the moment, provide for setbacks and restoration. The state of those watercourses and wetlands at the moment are that most of them are fenced, but the riparian widths are very narrow. The land use adjoining and right up to those watercourses is high intensity stock farming and delivers nutrients into those watercourses. So the plan change and the increase in buffers and planting of those buffers that's proposed will contribute to an improvement of water quality and in-stream health as well. In terms of other values that were found on the site, there are a number of native fish species which were found, and of note, by absence, no endangered mudfish were found. That was a focus of our surveys on the site. Turning to the terrestrial side of things, we note that there's some capacity for native lizards to be present on the site, but in a very limited area. The species that is most likely to be on site is the copper skink. It's a species that doesn't live in modified farmland areas, and therefore we estimate that there's only 2% of the site that could actually constitute habitat. And again, all of that is alongside river margins, and it's already proposed for protection and enhancement. Turning to bats, bat survey work was undertaken by Mr. Kessels, and you would have read the results of his surveys in his statement of evidence. The issue of bats has been a live issue through submissions and through discussions with council, and I believe that all of those matters have been resolved satisfactorily around adopting controls for lighting, setbacks alongside the Waikato River, and adoption of the Department of Conservation's standard protocols for protecting bats during vegetation clearance. I'll leave it at that, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Munro.
Thanks, Dr. Usher. And I just have one, what I anticipate will be a reasonably straightforward question. And it's related to a theme you would have heard discussed in relation to Mr. Kensington's evidence about, in my mind, calibrating what's already been established as part of the existing zone and what's required for something new. And although I had some questions of Mr. Kensington, and he's very helpfully addressed that, I didn't have the same query as it relates to ecology. And the reason I didn't, and this is the question, is that my understanding is that since the Te Rapa North Industrial Zone was inserted into the district plan, the broader planning framework as it relates to ecology has changed vis-à-vis national policy guidance on biodiversity, freshwater management, etc. And that seems to create a prima facie need for ecological assessment as part of addressing that in a plan-making sense. Am I correct?
That would be my understanding as well. So the provisions as they're set now, I would imagine, would set the same standard for ecological needs, and certainly moving into the resource consent stage, the requirements today should address that.
Thank you.
I just have one question, and you might want to defer it back to Council at the end to deal with, but you mentioned that if the changes to the NPSFM are gazetted, then a number of the wetlands wouldn't be natural inland wetlands. We're obviously heading into a time when it could be gazetted end of this year, beginning of next year, potentially before we make a decision. Are you suggesting that if it is gazetted before a decision is made, we would have to do something different?
I guess I'm crystal ball gazing. I'm not aware of what a timeline is for the release of the updates to the NPS freshwater. If the updates as signalled in the discussion documents back in May and June of this year come through, then it would simplify the matters on the site. It certainly wouldn't make them more complex.
Okay. I think we'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. And perhaps just to add on that point, that if before your decision is issued, as far as the range of different possibilities that might come from the government eventuate, and any of those has material bearing on the matters before you, then we'd certainly be providing support to you as far as our interpretation of those and how they might have a bearing on your decision making. So the next witness will now move on to the infrastructure side of things, and so the first witness is Mr. King in relation to stormwater. He does have a short hearing statement as well.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. King. Really keen to hone in on the areas of difference between yourself and the council. But with that, ask you to present the summary and then we'll have questions.
Good morning. My name is Scott Dean King. I'm a technical director at Harris & Grierson. My qualifications and experience are set out in my primary statement of evidence. I provide engineering evidence on stormwater management for PC17, which enables staged industrial development across the West Block, North Block and South East Block. I'll now skip to the summary of key findings. The stormwater management approach for PC17 follows whole of catchment best practice and is consistent with the approach taken within the draft Te Rapa ICMP, the Waikato Regional Stormwater Management Guidelines, the RITS and the Operative District Plan. In terms of the West Block, which discharges into the Te Rapa stream, the West Block will require on-lot retention, stormwater quality treatment, extended detention and attenuation of peak flows up to the 100-year event. Artificial wetlands are proposed for treatment and attenuation with a treatment train approach for road runoff. Flood storage zones will be created along the Te Rapa stream corridor, and downstream erosion protection is proposed to mitigate against increased runoff volumes into the Te Rapa stream. With regards to the north and the southeast blocks, which discharge directly into the Waikato River, the north and southeast blocks discharging directly into the Waikato River, and as such, only on-lot retention and stormwater quality treatment are required. Treatment swales or wetland swales are proposed within the road corridors, and existing outlets to the river will be utilised where possible. The proposed stormwater infrastructure can be staged to align with development, with each subcatchment provided with the necessary treatment and attenuation measures as it's developed. There are no interdependencies between subcatchments that would restrict the order of development. For development of the West Block, targeted downstream erosion protection within the Te Rapa stream is considered the most efficient and effects-focused response to mitigate additional runoff volumes from development. This approach will direct mitigation efforts to the stream locations with greatest risk of erosion, and focusing on initial works on the highest priority areas ensures the mitigation is commensurate with the effects enabled by PC17. A review of Fonterra's potential cost contribution to the erosion control measures has established that Fonterra's contribution is broadly equivalent to the cost associated with stabilising the worst affected areas of the stream. In response to submitter evidence, specifically referencing the integration with the Southern Triangle land, Mr. Dean Morris requested confirmation of connectivity to the Southern Triangle land owned by Porters and the Empire Group that adjoins the southwest corner of the West Block. I can confirm that as part of best practice whole of catchment design approaches required for the stormwater system, the concept wetland areas currently designed for the West Block have already been sized to allow for future developed site flows from the Southern Triangle. This addresses Mr. Morris's concern. As a result, the PC17 provisions future-proof the later live zoning of the Southern Triangle land. In response to the Section 42A Addendum Report, with regards to stormwater matters, I note that the Section 42A Addendum Report states that the technical issues raised in the S42A Stormwater Memo have now been resolved on the basis of the current provisions as appended to the Addendum S42A report being adopted. It is my understanding that following recent discussions between Mr. Nick Grala and HCC, agreement has been reached on the majority of the wording of the provisions as they relate to stormwater management. Details of the provisions will be covered in the evidence presented by Mr. Greiler. And therefore, in conclusion, in my opinion, the proposed stormwater approach for PC17 is appropriate and robust. It provides reliable treatment of contaminants, applies detention and attenuation where the receiving environment requires it, mitigates for additional runoff volumes from the West Block through a targeted and proportionate erosion protection package, and enables staged independent delivery by subcatchment. Together, these measures achieve the required stormwater management outcomes, manage flood and erosion risk to an acceptable level, and allow industrial land to be brought forward in an orderly, effects-based manner. And I'm now happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. King. Commissioner Munro.
Yes, thank you. I just want to ask you a couple of questions relating to section 4 of your summary statement.
Certainly.
The first question is just to make sure we're all talking about the same triangle. So when you say the southern triangle owned by Porter's Empire, what specific bit of land are you talking about?
It is the portion of land that immediately abuts the bottom end of what we've got on our plan as the West Block, and it's got the Onion Road on one side and Ruffle Road to the south.
Okay. In terms of your paragraph 4.2 and your comments vis-à-vis the future proofing to not impede its future live zoning, if it were to be live zoned as part of this process, would any additional provisions or resource consent type management need to be added to what has already been proposed to apply to the balance of PC17?
My understanding is there would be no additional needed.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
So just to follow on from that, there's no impact on the, whether we call them the resilience works or the riprap works?
The resilience works and the riprap works would still need to be undertaken to the same level. You would just have an additional landowner who could contribute funds.
So it's not, it doesn't add in more?
No.
Okay. And with respect to the table attached to Mr. Growler's evidence, so the table 3933,
Yes.
Is it your understanding or you agree with the statement that the Te Rapa stream erosion resilience works is the same as the riprap stream bed works within Area 1 as identified in Appendix E of the...
My understanding is they are one and the same thing, yes.
And is it your understanding that this is resolved with the council or...?
We may be corrected later on in the hearing, but it's my understanding that we have reached resolution, and if not, we are very close to reaching resolution.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much.
The next witness is Mr. Farrell in relation to water and wastewater. He also has a short summary statement too.
Welcome, Mr. Farrell. If you'd just like to take us through your summary statement and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you. Morning. My name is Matthew Charles Farrell. I'm a Senior Principal Civil Engineer at Harrison Graysons. My qualifications and experience are set out in my primary statement of evidence. My evidence addresses water supply and wastewater servicing for PC17, Te Rapa North, and the summary draws on my primary evidence filed 7th October and 2025 and rebuttal evidence filed 20th November 2025 for PC17. It's intended to give the panel a concise overview of my conclusions and my responses to the evidence. I'll skip to the summary of key findings. Water supply, so servicing feasibility. Council has confirmed the plan change area can be serviced from the existing citywide water reticulation subject to targeted pipe upgrades aligned with staging. Further modelling of Council's citywide model will be required at resource consent for each phase to finalise connection requirements and pipe upgrades. This approach avoids adverse network effects and maintains a level of service. Demand basis and on-site efficiency. Preliminary modelling supports a network that anticipates dry industry water use. Lot level water sensitive measures like rainwater harvesting and water efficiency are recommended to support resilient outcomes and minimise peak demands. The delivery mechanism is staged framework and the strategic infrastructure table tie land release to confirmed infrastructure, ensuring upgrades occur in step with development. If development precedes external upgrades, interim solutions may be proposed and tested through consenting stages. Wastewater servicing. The preferred long-term solution, wastewater from the planned change area will be conveyed to the Puketi wastewater treatment plant via new rising main, new gravity mains along Puketi Road, discharging to a new pump station adjacent to the Puketi wastewater treatment plant. This strategy avoids loading an already constrained downstream gravity network and provides a future-proof route. Within area network and flexibility, a reticulated network supported by pump stations will be confirmed through design. The number and placement of pump stations will be optimized at resource consent and engineering approval stages to fit sequencing. In a best case scenario, the West Block could be served by a single pump station with flexibility retained for additional smaller pump stations if needed. Key trunk assets within Plan Change 17 will be sized to accommodate flows from the wider Te Rapa North Industrial Zone in consultation with Council and or relevant Council-controlled water services organisations, reflecting efficient, equitable delivery for future development. Response to other evidence, staging clarity and triggers. Submitter evidence sought fixed staging or bespoke trigger tables. Plan Change 17 intentionally connects land release to Three Waters readiness via the strategic infrastructure table, while not locking in a single sequence. So staging can respond to actual infrastructure timing and development readiness at consenting. This ensures proportional and targeted delivery. Dry industry demands. Concerns were raised that adopted water use rates understate needs. In consultation with Council, a moratorium on wet industry within the plan change area guides the demand basis towards dry industry occupation. The adopted rate, approximately 3,000 litres per hectare per day, is consistent with local metered dry industry assessments. Pump station locations and network layout. Requests for fixed pump station locations are premature. Indicative locations demonstrate feasibility only, and the final configuration will be refined in consultation with Council at resource consent detailed design to optimise catchments, provide for adjacent areas where required, and protect corridors or easements for long-term integration. Use of existing downstream mains. Upgrading existing constrained gravity sections is not proposed. The robust solution is the new Puketi Road rising and gravity mains with a new wastewater pump station to the Puketi wastewater treatment plant, which better secures long-term capacity for Plan Change 17 and the wider Te Rapa North Industrial Zone. Integration beyond Plan Change 17 and corridor protection. My primary evidence supports strategic infrastructure corridors and sizing that anticipates wider Te Rapa North Industrial Zone growth. This includes alignment with regional initiatives where practicable, while allowing interim solutions that can be integrated or decommissioned later. Cost sharing for upsizing will need to be clarified with Council as part of a development agreement or at or before the consenting stage. Allocation and consent for water supply. I do not support a requirement that Fonterra secure new water abstraction and transfer it to Council. Council owns and operates the treatment plant and abstraction consents. Allocation matters sits within Council's wider servicing strategy, not as a condition of rezoning by a private landowner. Northern Metro regional interfaces. The preferred wastewater layout for Plan Change 17 does not preclude future integration with wider networks, e.g. Northern Metro area. Flexibility in staging and pump station configuration enables adaptation as regional planning progress with detailed resolve through consent process. So in conclusion, my opinion, Plan Change 17 can be appropriately serviced for water supply and wastewater through a stage strategy that connects land release to infrastructure availability, uses targeted upgrades and enables interim solutions only where necessary and integratable. The approach is flexible, scalable, and aligns with Council's network and needs for the wider Te Rapa North Industrial Zone. Thank you. Open to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Commissioner Munro.
Yes, thank you. You're familiar with the area of land discussed with Mr. King, the Southern Triangle?
Yes.
Do you have to hand Mr. Growler's summary statement and the plan provisions attached to that? That's okay, Mr. Growler, you don't need to. If you just turn to the very back page of that, it's a stormwater plan, which isn't so much for you, but if you then turn the page inside one, page 35 of 36, I'm looking at an indicative water network that includes some consideration of that Porter Triangle, W5, I think it is. Yep. And then on the preceding page 34, there's a wastewater network that similarly seems to suggest that some consideration of how that triangle could be plugged in has been undertaken. Am I reading those plans right?
Yes.
So the question is really the same one put to Mr. King. If through this process that Southern Triangle was found to merit rezoning, would anything need to change in what's been proposed for PC17? Any new rules, any additional maps?
Not to my understanding.
Okay.
I believe it would be fairly straightforward to include it. The design would take into account any increase in pipe sizes or pumps.
Thank you for that. I don't have any more questions for you, but one for Mr. Munhinnick to think through as you get through your coming back later on, and your position on scope. I would be helped if you could give some particular consideration to the Southern Triangle, where your client's own material seems to frequently include evidence of technical consideration, technical solutions, other direct integration with the balance of PC17, which in fairness doesn't seem to be the case on any of the other submitters' bits of land that are before us. That does seem to be differentiatable from the balance, and your general scope commentary, I think, maybe could cut that one out, whatever your view may be.
Certainly, thank you.
I just want to be clear with you, Mr. King. What's your understanding of what's outstanding between you and the Council, Section 42A team?
In terms of my understanding, the key items is that detailed modelling within the network is required, and more a planning issue is with regards to the water abstraction and water allocation, which I believe Mr. Growler will address.
Mm-hmm. So my understanding in terms of capacity assessment, if I put it that way, is that the way the table works now, there's basically just like a footnote that applies to all stages, which obviously could go in any order, and then those would be subject to allocation and capacity assessment in accordance with the requirements of an infrastructure plan. So that was council wording, but struck out in 3.9.34A is that the first infrastructure plan must consider the full development scenario. So am I understanding it correctly that what you're supporting from a technical perspective is that there's an allocation and capacity assessment per stage when the stage happens, and there doesn't need to be a full development scenario when the first one's done.
My understanding is that when when a first stage is selected, we would want to do kind of like a master plan that ensures that we're not precluding or blocking off sort of future stages. So in terms of that first stage, we would want to know what our roadmap is for the future stages. The capacity within the network and structured upgrades would then follow on with those, because Council has indicated that there are stages that they need to develop in terms of water treatment, which I'm sure they'll provide more detail with, and we both need to be able to align with that, and that's how I understand it.
Thank you. No further questions for you. Now, shall we go to transport, I think, is it?
Indeed, yep.
Yeah.
So we're moving, I think, ahead of schedule now.
We are.
The penultimate witness for Fonterra is Mr. Inda in relation to transport. He also has a hearing summary statement. As you might expect, given the live nature of transport issues, it is a more detailed hearing note, so he will speak to you in relation to that.
That's fine. And our thinking is that we will break at 12 for about 45 minutes. So if Mr. Inda's still going, we'll just break and come back to him. Welcome, Mr. Inda.
Good morning, Commissioners. Right. So I have prepared a summary statement. Would you like me to pick up from...
Just from where you get into the issues.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
So summary of key findings. Would that be suitable? Yeah, okay. Overall conclusions. PC17 seeks to rezone approximately 91 hectares of land. The net developable area is around 53 hectares once flood-prone land, riparian areas and corridors for the Northern River crossing and bus rapid transit are allowed for. In my opinion, the comprehensive analysis across the ITA and updated modelling assessments show that with the proposed transport provisions and staged upgrades, the transport effects of PC17 can be managed and mitigated to acceptable levels on both the local and wider network. My evidence recommends an infrastructure trigger approach that links cumulative development in the plan change area to various required infrastructure upgrades and or further ITAs at the resource consent stage as follows. Initial development up to 20 hectares in the West Block. Development can proceed with access via Old Ruffle Road, supported by construction of the structure plan spine road connection and upgrading a short section of Old Ruffle Road to a collector-like standard with an improved walking and cycling link. That's to Rapa Road. No wider intersection upgrades are required at this stage. Intermediate development around 20 to 35 hectares in the west and north blocks. Further development triggers a new signalised access to intersection on Rapa Road, extension of the spine road to that intersection, and 4 continuous traffic lanes on Rapa Road between the Hutchinson Road roundabout and access 2, with associated walking, cycling and bus facilities. Development up to 42 hectares across the plan change area requires the central spine road connected through the plan change area west of Te Rapa Road between access 1 and 2. Additionally, an upgrade to the Te Rapa Road Ruffle Road intersection with northbound and southbound through lanes, or additional northbound and southbound through lanes, is required to maintain acceptable performance. Consent for cumulative development exceeding 42 hectares or beyond a defined peak hour traffic threshold, so 685 vehicles per hour, must be supported by a broad ITA. That ITA will confirm any further network infrastructure upgrades, including whether reopening the Ruffle Road level crossing, if safety upgrades prove feasible, or alternative measures are most appropriate. This framework is designed so that industrial activity only proceeds when the necessary transport infrastructure is in place, with more detailed assessment required once development nears full build out, at which time there is potentially more certainty about the timing of the Northern River crossing, bus rapid transit and development in the Te Awa Lakes major facility zone. The Ruffle Road level crossing. The updated modelling for PC17, detailed in my primary evidence, has been undertaken on the conservative basis that the Ruffle Road railway level crossing remains closed. The results show that the wider network, including the Horatu interchange and key Te Rapa Road intersections, can operate acceptably with PC17 fully developed, provided the staged upgrades set out and the provisions are delivered. Separately, Fonterra has commissioned a level crossing safety impact assessment to identify safety improvements needed if the crossing is to be reopened. Any reopening would be contingent on those safety works being implemented to the satisfaction of Key Rail and Council. However, my evidence is that PC17 does not rely on the crossing reopening for acceptable transport outcomes during the first 42 hectares of developable area being occupied. Thereafter, reopening of the level crossing or some alternative measure is not required unless the eastbound traffic volume on Te Kowhai Road between Te Rapa Road and the Boulevard exceeds 790 vehicles per hour in the AM peak. That's the Te Kowhai Road is the alternative route across the railway into the Rotorua zone. Future-proofing for the Northern River crossing and the bus rapid transit. PC17 does not trigger the design or construction of the NRC or BRT, which are strategic council-led projects with no current designation or design. However, the structure plan and provisions show indicative Northern River crossing alignment through the plan change area and provide a wide corridor and building setbacks, effectively protecting a 4-lane arterial option without over-constraining the future council-led design. And the provisions maintain generous building setbacks on Te Rapa Road to allow for possible future BRT lanes and associated infrastructure. In my opinion, this achieves an appropriate balance between enabling industrial development now and not foreclosing Council's strategic transport initiatives in future. Walking and cycling and public transport. Within the plan change area, the local road cross-section has been designed to be safer and more accommodating for people walking and cycling than the current operative standard for industrial local roads, including narrower traffic lanes to reduce vehicle speeds, a central flush median to assist property access, inset car parks on the streets, and footpaths on both sides of the road. The collector road cross-section includes a shared walking and cycling path on one berm also. My evidence also treats the walking, cycling and bus stop improvements on Te Rapa Road required by the TAL consent as part of the committed transport baseline. PC17 then builds on that baseline by providing additional bus stops, 3, on Te Rapa Road, spaced evenly along the plan change area length, walking and cycling path connections to the bus stops, and a bus-friendly route via the Central Spine Road and accesses 1 and 2. Response to other evidence. TAL's evidence. Mr. Appledorn raises concerns about traffic generation assumptions, staging, reliance on the Ruffle Road level crossing, the NRC corridor and public transport integration. Baseline and traffic generation. I do not consider it appropriate to assume the full TAL development as an operative baseline because significant parts of Te Awa Lakes Limited, particularly the major facility zone and some business 6 activities, still require resource consents supported by a broad ITA, and their timing and mitigation are uncertain. The updated PC17 modelling instead uses the traffic generation assessed and conditioned for the consented TAL development, together with infrastructure upgrades required by the consent conditions. I consider this to be the correct and appropriate committed development baseline. Staging and infrastructure coordination. I agree that TAL and PC17 share key corridors, and that it is important both developments proceed in a coordinated, safe and multimodal way. In my opinion, the PC17 provisions achieve this by linking clear development area and traffic volume triggers to targeted infrastructure requirements, and by requiring a broad ITA once the cumulative net developable area exceeds 42 hectares or the equivalent peak hour volume. Ruffle Road level crossing and Horritu interchange. The updated traffic modelling assumes the level crossing remains closed. It shows PC17's additional traffic at the Horritu interchange is expected to have minor effects. A broad ITA and evaluation of the Ruffle Road level crossing safety impact assessment identified safety improvements are still required when the cumulative net developable area exceeds 42 hectares. Providing a further check on cumulative effects and a comprehensive assessment of the need for any further network infrastructure improvements to support completion of the development in the plan change area. Northern River Crossing, walking and cycling, public transport. PC17 already protects a 4-lane Northern River Crossing corridor through the plan change area and provides building setbacks on both that corridor and Te Rapa Road. I therefore disagree that additional provisions are needed in PC17 for the Northern River Crossing, or that PC17 should take over TAL's obligations for walking, cycling or bus stop upgrades on Te Rapa Road, and that is in particular opposite the TAL development. Porters Empire Corporation evidence. Mr Hills generally agrees with the PC17 ITA, but seeks additional triggers for realigning and upgrading Onion Road and for extending the east-west corridor provisions into Porters Land. My position is the realignment and upgrade of Onion Road is needed to serve development of Porters Land on the west side of Onion Road, but is not necessary to support development within the PC17 plan change area. I support those works being included in PC17 provisions if the panel decides to include Porters Land, with timing linked to subdivision of that land, but do not consider they should be imposed as a prerequisite for development within PC17 as currently proposed. Similarly, while I support future-proofing of the east-west arterial through the plan change area, extending identical corridor provisions into Porters Land is a matter for Council's future designation process rather than Fonterra's plan change. The necessary corridor width through Porters Land is likely to be greater than that allowed for in the proposed PC17 provisions, due to the future fill embankment for the bridge over the railway line and Onion Road being in Porters Land. The fill embankment being in Porters Land. Excluding that land from PC17 does not prevent Council from designating the alignment and the appropriate corridor width for the fill embankment when it chooses to do so. A response to Section 42A Addendum report. I reviewed Council's Section 42A Addendum, including the Appendix A Transportation Review by Ms McMinn, and Council's proposed amendments to the transport-related district plan provisions. The amendments to the provisions proposed in 3925 CEGJK are generally acceptable, with my minor edits included. I've also taken the opportunity to provide some edits in 3925 N and P for improved clarity and accuracy concerning the public transport and walking and cycling descriptions, respectively. Council has also proposed amendments to Figure 3925E, the indicative Old Ruffle Road upgrade cross-section, and the infrastructure requirements table 3932A. I disagree with all but one of these amendments, as explained below. In terms of the Ruffle Road cross-section, Council's proposed amendments in red In that figure, in my opinion, these changes add significant and unnecessary costs to this upgrade because approximately 180 metres of existing relatively new curb and channel on the southeast side of Old Ruffle Road would need to be ripped up and reconstructed, including new pavement, about 0.5 of a metre to the right of the current position. Reducing the berm width between the boundary and the footpath on the southeast side to 1.5 metres means some of the existing significant power poles significant being that they're large concrete power poles with what appears to be high voltage lines, will conflict with the new footpath location, requiring the power poles to be relocated. The 2 metre berm width I had shown ensured the power poles remain unaffected, as the new footpath would be located immediately to the left of the poles. This also means the existing 180 metres of curb and channel discussed above and the associated catch pits and connections would not need to be replaced. It appears to me that Council's proposed changes to the Old Ruffle Road cross-section have not considered the real-world implications and cost relative to the likely benefit, which I consider as negligible in this case. The existing constrained road reserve width of 20.1 metres, together with the established infrastructure, means that there is insufficient width to practically accommodate the 2 metre flush median on the stretch of Old Ruffle Road without negatively impacting the services corridor and shared walking and cycling path width on the northwest side as proposed. I consider that the safety effect of excluding the central flush median and keeping the road width to 9 metres between the curbs is minor because of the low number of property accesses over this relatively short stretch of road. There are 2 existing commercial vehicle crossings to established businesses on the southeast side and potentially 1 or 2 new vehicle crossings in future on the northwest side. Council's amendments to the transport infrastructure table. For ease of reference, I've copied Council's proposed amendments in green text and provide my response next to them. So the first one, the Council's proposed to include design and construction of the Old Ruffle Road intersection upgrade to a roundabout, and that is from the outset of development in PC17. I disagree with this inclusion. My primary evidence demonstrates an upgrade to this intersection is unnecessary from a capacity perspective based on the modelling work undertaken. Ms McMinn discusses the need from a safety perspective. However, I disagree that a roundabout is needed to safely accommodate the increase in traffic generated by P17 unless the Ruffle Road level crossing is reopened. An assessment of the intersection is already included in the proposed provisions as part of the broad ITA requirement. I consider this is the appropriate time to determine if an upgrade to the intersection is required, because until the level crossing reopens, Ruffle Road to the west of Old Ruffle Road intersection is effectively a 255 metre cul-de-sac serving 10 industrial properties and the Empire Corporation's farm block. From my observations, the traffic volume and operating speed through the intersection are low and do not comprise a safety concern. Although the speed limit on Ruffle Road is posted at 80 km an hour, the operating speed is more consistent with a 50 km an hour urban area. The second amendment from Council, the design and construction of the McKee Street to Rapa Road to a signalised intersection, including a signal pedestrian crossing of Te Rapa Road. I disagree with this inclusion. The McKee Street intersection upgrade is a condition of Te Awa Lake's Stage 1 development consent, and Stage 1 is under construction now. It forms part of the committed baseline environment. As the transportation expert for Council, Ms McMinn could have confirmed whether Council and TAL have agreed an alternative timeframe for the intersection upgrade, given the consent condition enables a bond in lieu, at Council's discretion. This information would remove the claimed uncertainty about the upgrade timing, but has not been provided. Furthermore, Ms McMinn has provided no justification for including this upgrade in the provisions at the outset of PC17 development. Despite the location of Access 1 being via Te Rapa Road, Ruffle Road intersection, which is south of the McKee Street intersection, and the predominant travel direction being to and from the south and not through the McKee Street intersection. The amendment proposed in relation to Old Ruffle Road to upgrade of Old Ruffle Road to a collector standard, I agree with that, the wording of that amended provision, happy with that. For the collector spine road connection through the structure plan west block. I disagree with the council's request to bring forward the timing of this requirement. Connection of the spine road between access 1 and 2 requires demolition of the existing Te Rapa dairy manufacturing site, interchange on-ramp and off-ramp to Te Rapa Road. The timing of the provision, as I had proposed, was very carefully determined to give a more even distribution of traffic between access 1 and 2 intersections when that is required, to manage the transport effects at the Te Rapa Road, Ruffle Road intersection and reduce PC17 traffic flowing through the McKee Street intersection to travel north. A 35-hectare industrial precinct is very small in comparison to many other industrial precincts in and around Te Rapa. Council's desire to see the spine road connection before 35 hectares is completed. It appears to be made without a full understanding of the implications on cost and practicality to achieve this, and focuses on an unjustified concern that 2 cul-de-sac roads serving 42 hectares of industrial area creates an undesirable situation of some local trips using Te Rapa Road. I consider that to be minor from an effects point of view. It is the scenario that was assessed in the modelling, and that the proposed infrastructure provisions were developed from, based on a real-world perspective about the size of the development and the infrastructure implications. The modelling and assessment shows that this interim spine road scenario does not produce unacceptable effects at the intersections on Te Rapa Road, subject to the upgrades in the infrastructure table being undertaken in accordance with the development triggers. Design and construction of a capacity upgrade to Te Rapa Road, Ruffle Road intersection. As for the reasons above, I disagree with Council's proposed amendments to the timing triggers for these infrastructure upgrades. As stated, the PC17 proposed provisions had been very carefully determined and drafted to manage the transport effects from the modelling and assessment work undertaken. Council has not undertaken further comprehensive modelling and assessments to justify the changes to the timing of the upgrades. The basis for the proposed provision amendments appear only to be from a concern about TAL development uncertainty, and therefore that PC17 assessments have underestimated the future network volumes. I disagree with that for the reasons explained in my rebuttal evidence about the appropriate baseline environment. So in my opinion, there is no reason to bring forward the timing of infrastructure required for PC17. As drafted in my primary evidence, the proposed infrastructure provisions in Table 3932A provide certainty for addressing the effects of PC17, up to 42 hectares of development, which again is not a significant industrial precinct in perspective with existing industrial precincts, and then appropriately requires a broad ITA for any further industrial activity in PC17. There was a minor amendment to the wording from exceeding to up to, which significantly changes the meaning. As you can see there, I disagree with this change as it fundamentally brings forward the timing of the level crossing safety upgrades without effects-based justification or any consideration of the associated cost implications relative to the scale of PC17 development that triggers it. Any development generating a cumulative volume up to 685 vehicles per hour, up to, rather than exceeding. Lastly, Council proposes deletion of the simple ITA trigger and amendments to 3932B requiring a broad ITA be undertaken for any development in PC17 exceeding 20 hectares cumulative developable area, instead of the 42 hectare as proposed. The proposed changes are copied below. I won't read through them all. I disagree with all of the above track changes 23932B except item BI or B1. And that's really just shifting of the bullet point phrase that access the capacity and safety of, assess the safety and capacity of the adjoining road network, and that shifts it down to item 2. So from 511, paragraph 511, requiring a broad ITA for any cumulative development exceeding 20 hectares is overly conservative in my opinion, and not based on the evidence, and effectively ignores the considerable modelling and assessment work undertaken to date. It would effectively serve to relitigate almost all the infrastructure upgrades at the time of development, and that inherently increases uncertainty around the future infrastructure environment, rather than creating certainty. Certainty of the baseline environment is important when PC17 and other development areas apply for consent, including Te Ao's major facility zone. Furthermore, network-wide transport modelling for broad ITAs is expensive, complex and time-consuming. Given the scale of the PC17 industrial area in the context of Te Rapa industrial area, and because the PC17 modelling has considered an appropriate future baseline environment for effects purposes, I consider amending the trigger from 42 hectares to 20 hectares net developable area to be disproportionate and unreasonably conservative. There is sufficient backstop in the PC17 proposed provisions at the 42 hectare stage to ensure long-term unacceptable network-wide effects of PC17 do not occur. So in closing statement, in my opinion, the transport assessment and the proposed PC17 transport provisions provide a proportionate, effects-based framework that will enable industrial development in the plan change area while maintaining acceptable transport efficiency and safety on their surrounding network, and not foreclosing the Council's future strategic projects, the Northern River Crossing and the BRT. Almost all of Council's proposed changes to the provisions for transport infrastructure are necessary, overly conservative, and will not result in improved traffic outcomes, but will almost certainly add significant cost to the developed PC17 and increase uncertainty in the meantime for all stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good timing. What we'll do is we'll leave it there. We'll have a break and we'll come back after lunch for questions. One of the things I'm keen to understand in a bit more detail is, given that the stages could go in any stage, what the size of the stages is and how real this issue is between the 20 hectare trigger and the 42 hectare trigger for the broad ITA versus the simple ITA. And I'm also interested to hone in a bit more detail on the difference between the two. Is there anything you want to flag before we take a break?
Oh, it just gets too complicated.
Okay. We'll come back at 12:45.
Thank you.
Thank you. welcome back. Now we'll go straight to questions. So I'll turn to Commissioner Munro.
Hello again. First few questions, just relating to what you will have heard with other witnesses is the southern triangle, bit of land outside of the plan change area. And the relevant diagram I want to put to you is shown on page 31 of 36 of Mr. Grala's summary statement and provisions. It's the Te Rapa North Industrial Structure Plan.
Right. I'll need to take that up.
Okay.
Okay.
So a couple of questions. I see we start at Calder Drive and we have a black dotted line, Calder Drive extension, and it goes through that triangle area, then into the plan change area and hits a black triangle.
Correct.
And then it turns into a red dotted line. And on the legend, it says East-West Road, bracket optional, bracket. And other than the structure plan, I don't see anything that suggests the road is optional. The question is when it might be required and in what circumstances. So can you explain or describe what optional means on the diagram?
Yeah, sure. So it isn't required because the various blocks of land can be accessed without it.
Right.
But we didn't want to foreclose the ability for a developer to choose to build some of that if preferred. And that's why we have the two the cross sections included in the provisions, where it would start out as a local road, but with just a single lane each direction, and some provision for walking and cycling, and then with the large setbacks enabling council to then come along and upgrade it to the arterial standard. So it's a case of this: if you're going to build it, that's generally where it needs to be, and this is the form that it needs to be, but it's not required in order to access all of these land blocks.
Right.
But it may be desirable in future, you know.
That answer was sort of helpful.
That's why it doesn't appear in the provisions as a requirement.
Except that the black triangles are referred to as Kura Drive extension. So why are the intersections, or are the intersections also optional?
The intersections are a good transport sense in the long term when the road is there for accessing this industrial block. From a transport planning perspective, for the long-term connectivity to the Northern River crossing, but they're not essential. So perhaps in terms of the wording on the Kura Drive extension, I mean, they should really be just future intersections on the Northern River crossing arterial.
And I just want you to clarify for me, part of your answer said it was sufficiently optional that it might never happen, and part of your answer was a question of what standard it might be provided at in different stages of development, i.e. something less than an ultimate standard first that then changes. But that's a separate issue to whether fundamentally a road of some kind is expected or not. And if it's not, why is it on the plan? Because one could draw all sorts of potential maybe roads all over this structure plan area.
It's on the plan to show that there's an expectation at some point in the future there will be this arterial road, and we need to future-proof the ability for it. So that's what we've worked through with council.
Okay.
And it's leaving the option open that you might build some or all of it.
Yes. So it's not optional as in there may not be any connection anytime ever. The option is about how and when and to what standard.
Yes.
Okay,
yeah, correct.
Thank you. That's at least helped me understand that.
All good.
Notwithstanding that discussion about how and when and maybe, in transportation terms, even if it's just long-term transportation planning terms, is it beneficial to include as part of the enablement of PC17 the entirety of that connection from Te Rapa through to Calder by including the southern triangle, in the interests of enabling the entirety of a connection rather than a bit? Or are you completely ambivalent, given your view it may be a long-term thing that who knows what might happen anyway?
Well, the red dash does go right through to Rapa. It's showing that it is in future expected to be somewhere in that location, and with that intent of connecting to Rapa. But we've, just coming back to the point, it's not designated. We don't, there's a lot of work to do from council's perspective and to nail down all the exact details of it, and to wait for council to do that would mean that the plan change, and rely on this road would mean that plan change and development of the area would be delayed for how long, who knows. So we've worked through the other access options to enable development without the reliance on that road, but all the while protecting the ability for it and connectivity to it indicated on the structure plan, so that in future, if and when it is built, those connections can be made.
So back to the question, is it better if that opportunity is enabled in a plan change that directly connects from Te Rapa all the way through to the Onion Road end, or just to the PC17 boundary, which would leave a gap still to be deferred between Onion Road and where the, well, it's shown as a black line at the bottom end of the zone, not the red one there.
If that triangle of Porter's Land were to be included, there needs to be work done by someone to figure out the width of the corridor that would be needed through there, because as you're climbing up the 7 or maybe 8 metres to clear the railway line, you're going to need an earth embankment, and that no work has been done on that. The width or the length of the road through there is sufficient for an earth embankment, and I worked out even at 6% grade or something like that, yes, there'll be no problem, but it'll be entirely within the Porter's Land. You're back down at grade by the time you come into the Fonterra land. So we haven't done that work to secure or provide provisions that say you need the setback of X and it needs to be shaped like this, because that's something that council can do when they come to designate the land, and not including the land now in PC17 from a transport perspective doesn't preclude council from still doing that.
So are you ambivalent?
In my rebuttal, I've said, that issue needs to be resolved in terms of you can't just adopt the provisions for the minor arterial, the Northern River crossing and apply it to that block. I don't think that would be sufficient safeguard if you're going to rezone that land. And if that work is done, if Porters demonstrate that there is sufficient work done and they have some ideas of how those provisions could be amended to accommodate that, then and provided access for that block is direct to Ruffle Road and not to the Northern River crossing, then I'm ambivalent.
And the kind of investigation you have in mind, is that in the bundle of work that would need to be done at the level of switching a zone on, or is it in the bundle of work that could be conceivably prescribed through a resource consent process?
It would most likely be at the plan change time, because there will be a fair bit of work with Kiwi Rail to identify the bridge structure, the height, the envelope, future proofing for however many rail tracks they envisage. No doubt electrification, and then there's the need to consider access to the little triangle that would be left redundant above it in the north side, and how that is accessed, and quite possibly by another minor road underneath the bridge. All of these things impact on the position and the width form of the embankment.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, my understanding is that the situation is that there's a live Te Awa Lakes area that's under development, and it has its own requirements for ITAs and upgrades and other things to do with transportation. And if Plan Change 17 were granted, it would have its own requirements for ITAs and upgrades. And I'm trying in my mind to get a sense of clarity around two developments that have their own ITA requirements, requiring them to each look after the cumulative effects of development, including what the other one's doing and who does what when, and why can't each one just say, well, that's the other person's ITA problem, which in fact Mr Manhinnick was suggesting might actually be motivating some of, as he sees it, the Te Awa Lake comments to date. So first question, what do you understand to be the requirements on Te Awa Lakes for when it has to do ITAs and what they have to consider?
Right. Well, I can refer to the rule, and that gives me my what I understand. So this in part relates to Mr Appledorn's summary statement, which came through yesterday, which I've flicked through this morning, and just had a couple of comments that I wanted to actually speak to, and it might answer this question. So the Te Awa Lakes rules leave, in my view, a lot of uncertainty in terms of the ultimate infrastructure upgrades to service the entire development. It's very clear from the rule 3.83 that broad ITAs are needed for any development in the major facility zone, and when that is indicated as an adventure park of some sort, and also for development within the Business 6 zone. They have undertaken an ITA and got resource consent for the residential and Business 6, plus about 2,500 of retail, which wasn't originally envisaged, but not the major facility zone. And when I look at this rule 3.83, it says the development of the structure plan area will be subject to a series of resource consents in the Te Awa Lakes major facility zone and the Te Awa Lakes Business 6 zone. These will require integrated transport assessments that will enable assessment, identification, confirmation of the need for implementation of the above transport infrastructure improvements. So it listed about four things. And their timing, together with any other infrastructure determined by the integrated transport assessment. So the need for, the timing, and any other, all compounding uncertainty. Secondly, it's for any development in the major facility zone. And I read Mr Appledorn's summary, and he says, Mr Inda appears to misunderstand the TAL rules. They are very particular about staging infrastructure. He always uses the term above that, a very high degree of certainty is known about the land use and trip demands. But I'll go on there. He says in B, which is, so he says, Mr. Inda appears to misunderstand TAL rules, which are very particular about staging infrastructure, and further that the broad ITA assessment requirements set out in Rule 3.83 only pertain, and he says in quotes, to the need for and timing of any other infrastructure. That's in quotes. And then further down, the relevant transport infrastructure improvements, paraphrased in there, needed to, and I've highlighted this, to support the whole of and fully operative TL zoning explicitly described in 38531 of the district plan. Well, actually, that 3.83 that I just read out doesn't say that to the need for and timing of any other infrastructure. It says the need for implementation of the above transportation infrastructure improvements that were set out in the district plan and their timing together with any other infrastructure determined by the ITA. That's quite a different thing when you actually look at it. The meaning is completely different. And so I disagree with Mr Appledorn that there's a high degree of certainty around the future infrastructure to support development in the major facility zone. Secondly, when will that occur? You can't model it properly. You can't have any certainty around what the infrastructure needs to be and when if you don't know, one, the form with certainty and of the land use, and two, the timing. And I come back to what the district plan describes for an ITA, a broad ITA, and it's very clear, committed development is what it expects you to assess. I would not consider an unconsented, zoned piece of land that requires a full broad ITA to determine the infrastructure that's needed to support it to be committed. So therein lies the difference of opinion that we have.
In a scenario of PC17 being approved and then an application for a resource consent requiring an ITA was being prepared, and at the same time an application for something in the Te Awa Lakes major facilities area was being prepared and triggered an ITA, and one had the scenario of a dueling banjos of ITAs, how would you see common infrastructure or overlaps of infrastructure that both had impacts on playing out?
Yeah, I think that becomes more of a problem if you have adopt council's provision recommendation where beyond 20 hectares of development of PC17 you have to have a broad ITA. That brings in a lot more uncertainty for both parties and for council, and there would be a need very early on in development of PC17 to be working closely, I think, with TAL. However, I don't believe there's a reason to start from the same uncertainty in terms of the provision wording like the TAL development for PC17. If anything, we've done considerable work to demonstrate that up to 42 hectares there is certainty of what PC17 needs in order to support the development based on the consented land use in TAL being included. That's all we know for certain, and when you look at the size of that, from my experience, and the size of 30 to 40 hectares of industrial, that's about 10 years worth of development in both camps. At that point, 10 years beyond, this certainty around the built environment and land use becomes a lot more murky, and that's the right time to be doing more broad ITAs for PC17. In terms of TAL provisions, I can't speak to why they adopted so much uncertainty, but I wasn't involved. But I wouldn't see the need for that here.
And do you imagine it might be plausible that a PC17 ITA says, oh no, that upgrade's not required by us, and Te Awa Lakes ITA at the same time says that upgrade's not required by us? Or do you think that just wouldn't happen?
I think it's something council grapples with on a day-to-day basis, actually, this sort of thing, and trying to get different parties in the room and work out who's responsible for what in terms of mitigation. It really comes down to, again, I keep coming to that term real world. I've tried to take a real world view on it and say, we've done this work, knowing what we know, there's about 10 years worth of development in TAL right now. There's no sign of any major facility zone application or what that might actually be. And we've got about 10 years of development up to the time a broad ITA is required. And both of those in BC17, and both of those can coexist. And beyond then, both are doing broad ITAs, which I think is the right thing. Plus there's also at that point the question of the rail level crossing. There'll be more certainty in 10 years' time on where that sits. There will be hopefully more certainty on bus rapid transit and where that sits in terms of Te Rapa Road. And as late as last week, I had a discussion with council, and there's work going on now within council for the Te Rapa corridor. So that's still anecdotal, but it is happening. So I'm confident that in 10 years there's definitely more certainty for the following 10 years.
Thank you. And notwithstanding your what I heard as criticism of the Te Awa Lakes uncertainty-based ITAs. Is there nevertheless an argument, a good argument, not yes there could be one, but is it worthwhile, that whatever, in hindsight, the quality of the Te Awa Lakes ITA rule should the same fundamental approach also apply to PC17, so it's an equal level footing for everyone, and whatever uncertainty is equally shared, but it's consistent in the same broad geographical area? Or is that not a relevant factor from your perspective?
I don't believe that's relevant.
Okay.
I don't believe that there should be that much uncertainty when you've done the work. And you're looking at what we currently know and can expect over the next 10 years. What that provision does for TAL is kicks the can down the road and opens this risk that they're now finding themselves in my view.
You'll be pleased to hear we're moving on to the last couple of questions now.
Cheers.
And it's about the ITA rule that's been proposed in PC17.
Sure.
And I'm just trying to find that. And I think it's on page 14 of 22 of Mr. Gala's latest provisions.
Yeah, please. 14 of 20. Sorry?
Okay, now I'm going to be upfront and say there might be parts of this that you feel is better to be answered by your client's planner. That's fine. I don't know which of you is best to help me with it, so that's just so you know. You've got a get out of jail card there.
Oh, well, I certainly had input into the wording.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my understanding, and again, we don't have the knowledge that you've been living and breathing this for a long time now, that a disagreement between you and the council is whether it should be 20 hectares or 42 hectares as a trigger for the next one. Whether it's 20 or 42, I'm a bit confused by the wording in green in the first line that says all applications for resource consent for land use, subdivision or development. As I read that, you do your ITA probably at a subdivision, and then maybe 2.5 years later titles pop out, then I buy a section, say, and I decide to put a factory on, but I need a resource consent for that factory, and the council says, well, it's 3 years since that subdivision ITA was done, and this is a land use, and it does say all applications for land use, and therefore we now need you to do another ITA. So as I read the rule, this seems to say once that trigger is hit, whatever it is, there could be rapid fire of multiple ITAs that you've said are very costly and unwieldy and should be managed a bit more judiciously. So what was your intent once that trigger gets hit? Forget whether it's 20 or 42. From that point, explain to me how the balance of the zone would be developed. Do you just imagine there would be one more ITA and that's it?
Yeah, I guess that's true, yes. We're coming at it from more of a subdivision point of view, that once you exceed the 42 hectares and you've got, up to 53 before you're fully built out, that last 9 to 10 hectares would be subject to a broad ITA. Or if there was no subdivision and one client came along and wanted to buy the whole 10 hectares, then that would also be subject to broad ITA, which is captured by the land use part of that. And that flavour is actually right through the provisions. You'll see where we're referred to cumulative development or land use within the zone and with a safeguard of the traffic generation. So that, yes, you do need to do a broad ITA when you get to that point. I guess what would be useful is if there's an ability for council to waiver it on the basis that one has been done, as you for the scenario you pointed out, and say, well, we know this is now the case. This is the.
Oh well, you're part of the client, the applicant team, so you can think about that.
Yeah.
You mentioned a few answers back several times, and that's not a criticism, but you seem to draw emphasis to this idea of about 10 years of development.
Yeah.
Accepting there's a disagreement about 20 hectares or 42 hectares, what other triggers could be used as an alternative to hectares? Could it just be every 10 years? The next person has got to do an ITA since the last one, for instance?
You could. The problem with that is you don't know the market conditions. So,
or if anything's happened.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, and I'm just speaking from my experience of involved in the industrial developments out in and around the airport, Hamilton, and the Northgate Business Park, Horror 2, where we did the plan changes there as well, and the ITAs. And as development has occurred, it tends to be somewhere between, in good times, between 4 and 5 hectares of industrial released and occupied. That's the key word too, occupied per year, ultimately. It can sit, as you know, dormant for a long time, and then suddenly bang, 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 which has happened at the airport recently. So I do prefer, and the provisions as written are consistent with those, particularly around the airport, triggers based on land area and trip generation.
Last question then. If we were persuaded, for whatever reason, that 20 hectares was a better trigger to require an ITA, would you recommend any changes to the rule that has been written in terms of, at that point, you mentioned earlier, again, a different answer, maybe there's a waiver option, but if the argument is, if the ITA is triggered, but in some respects the information from this plan change is still agreed to be current and maybe doesn't need to be redone. Do you see where I'm going? Would you change the rule if there was a, I guess, shorter term, I think I've taken from your answers, trigger for that next step?
I would, first of all, question whether the evidence would support the need for it.
Well, let's just assume that we land there, so don't argue with that. Okay. Just answer the question.
So I would say the only thing I would support about that is if it was a simple ITA, which is defines and doesn't relitigate everything that has been set down in terms of the mitigation, and that's really, in essence, how the provisions were written. Although it did say if you deviated from these up to, I think it was might have been the 42 or 35 hectares, I can't quite remember now, then it triggered a simple ITA. But what we're trying to do is say, well, we've done so much work on this already, in the next 10 years, there, in my view, low risk of the infrastructure that we have identified being
understand your evidence and all your reasons for that. Just follow along. We've got to test every option.
Yep.
So if we did find ourselves preferring a 20 hectare trigger, but on the basis of a simple ITA, when we then get to another 20 hectares to get to your 42, would that mean you then only need another simple ITA, or would then that still need the full Monty?
No, from my work, I'd say anything in excess of 42, you need the consideration of whether the rail crossing can be opened or not. And that also subject to the volumes on Te Kowhai Road. That's starting to look more like a broad ITA in that respect. And there's of course, other effects potentially on Te Rapa Road intersections.
That's been most helpful, thank you. And well done for persevering through all that.
Oh, thank you. Cheers.
I'll keep going with the ITA questions. So firstly, what is the basic difference between a simple and a broad ITA? Is it just modelling, or is it something else as well?
It is more, a simple ITA is more localised and has a 10-year horizon sort of view. You know, it's around about what we know for certain. A broad ITA looks at the wider network effects, typically of a larger development. And then yes, you look at the 10-year horizon, as we have, and the 20-year, and sometimes more, and you say, well, we're confident in the 10-year planning horizon based on the land use consents based on the infrastructure that we know or at least are expecting to occur within that time frame. The broad ITA looks at a larger lens or wider lens and says, well, what if this and this happens? And that's what we've done in terms of, well, beyond the first 10 years of development, you know, is there a need for the rail crossing to be open? What if Te Kaiwhara Road is at capacity? What if council has got the Northern River crossing timeline more certain? Do you really need to then do these upgrades, or do you wait? You know, so there's a lot of questions that can be answered post 10 years when there's more certainty on those strategic infrastructure questions. And that's why, yeah, it's a what-if scenario from 10 years to 20 years in my mind.
And so once that first one is done, again, whether it's at 20 or 42 hectares, it sounds like quite a big task to be repeating relatively frequently for every resource consent application beyond that point.
Yeah.
But are you saying that that's standard practice?
Well, yeah, certainly for some developments I've been involved in, it is standard practice and it has been onerous. Mm-hmm. The way the provisions were drafted, that wasn't really the intent that, you know, you might do 1 or 2 hectare development beyond 42 hectares and then trigger a broad ITA. You'd look at the overall cost and say, well, you just do the final 10 hectares and do the lot. So, and again, looking at land use, there seems to be more of a trend these days for the very large format blocks and sometimes requiring 5 hectares at a time. Mm. So again, you would say, well, whether it's that scenario or just 10 hectares of subdivision, you can work it all out in one ITA and do the modelling for that final 10. Mm. So that was the intent. And by then you also know where the major facilities zone is at in terms of proposed development. You can take that into account or not.
And so thinking about the difference between 20 and 42, I think based on what you just said, your experience with the other subdivisions is that you're sort of chunking it up in 4 or 5 hectares. So we could be talking about sort of 4 or 5 additional broad ITAs, is that?
Well, not chunking up necessarily in 4 or 5, it's about what gets occupied. So, for instance, you might have 10 or 15 hectares of subdivision, but typically to get that fully built out can take you 10 to 15 years.
But if you were doing it for a subdivision that was 10 hectares, then between 20 and 42, you'd probably only be doing like 1 or 2 additional broad
Probably
ITAs.
Another 2 additional, yeah, correct.
And just if I might, there's also a difference between just thinking of land area and thinking of the cumulative net developable area. And so the transport triggers relate to cumulative net developable area, which is smaller than the overall area. Yes, and I think Mr. Inder might be able to speak to that as far as how those 20 hectares and 40 hectares compare to the overall plan change area as well, if that would assist.
Certainly. Do you want to talk to that?
I can. So those other subdivisions or plan changes I've been involved in, you typically expect around and achieve around 80% developable area. Well, this is far less, this area. This is out of 91 hectares, you're pushing 53 max. So that comes back to the terms I've used around what's proportionate and realistic given in terms of the infrastructure requirements to service that. It's certainly a low yielding development in terms of industrial.
So do you know, and if you don't know, that's fine, for this plan change, whether like a stage would reflect a subdivision, or is that undetermined at this stage?
Whether or what, sorry?
Whether like a subdivision application would encompass a whole stage of the structure plan, or could it be less than that?
Looking at the servicing of the land, and that's what we've tried to do, is work place our access 1 in line with the most likely place for servicing water and wastewater and these things. And you've got the gully So starting at the south, moving north, you've got the gully on the left. Before you get to the interchange outside the dairy factory, that area generally on the between Te Rapa Road and the gully is about a little under about 20 hectares net developable. So that that's helped form that that first provision. Plus, of course, we then did the modelling of that and said, okay, well, Ruffle Road intersection can accommodate that without any work and assuming the full development at that point of the consented Te Awa Lakes. So that's the background flows on there. And then to go more than 20 hectares, you do need to come in from access 2. Or you could, with a resource consent, seek to build some of the east-west road to the form that's in the district plan provision and build the block of land to the west next to the railway line without coming in through access 2. But the way the provisions are drafted purposely, you'd need a resource consent to do that. Then you're obviously working with council closely about the form and the alignment and position of that east-west road, and they may not be ready to do that.
While we're on that topic, there's reference to council wanting additional provisions about that, which
one of the probably the key one is no direct access to property off that if some of that east-west road is built.
Yeah.
Which I concur with. I mean, it's ultimately going to be a major arterial. You don't want property access every 50 metres along it.
Okay. Going to Te Awa Lakes, and I just want to fact check around the modelling. Am I understanding correctly that the modelling, the revised modelling, factored in their consented residential, business 6, and 2,500 square metres of retail? Do they have any land earmarked for further residential that has not been consented?
Not to my knowledge. Right. Looking at the plans, it appeared to me that all the residential was consented, plus the additional retail, and Mr. Appledorn in his ITA refers to that potentially impacting on the mitigation required for the major facility zone when that consent and assessment is done. But there was no further discussion about or impacting on any other consents.
I'll just check to see if I've got any other questions.
Sure.
The collector road and the cross section. You've given some evidence as to why you think the cross section proposed was appropriate. How does that relate to what council, is it a council standard for a collector road? Is that why their cross section has changed, or what is the function of a collector road that drives the change to the cross section?
Yeah, well, it is designed to take public transport if need be. It also is just being a higher level of road than the local roads. So the local roads all should connect to a collector, and the collector connects to your minor and major arterials. So,
and is it your evidence that the cross section you've proposed still achieves those outcomes?
That is my evidence. Yes, it's fitting within the existing 20-metre wide road reserve, which is an old form of road reserve. The modern day industrial is wider, up to 26 metres. Sometimes have bi-directional cycle paths. So we have designed, given the constraints on this whole site, a collector that's specific to this site, which achieves the function and safety for walking and cycling, public transport, property access. But I don't believe that exact same provision is needed on this short section of Ruffle Road.
Thank you. I've got no further questions.
Okay. There is just one other point I do need to make. Mr. Appledorn has recommended inclusion of a provision in the table that requires connection to Hutchinson Road. I just wanted to reiterate that's not proposed and I don't support that.
I'll just find his summary. So perhaps we'll just have a little look at he's got the provisions attached to his summary. So which page are you looking at?
Oh, I was looking at the, sorry, I'll just bring it up. In the provisions in Appendix A,
Yep.
he's changed in red the changes he would like to see.
Yep.
I'm happy to work through them if you like. Or
Well, there was one in particular you
this one in
pointed to.
particular
Yeah.
is item in the table. So if you scroll down to the table 3932A.
39. Yep.
And so on page 12 of 22 it says,
Yep.
item X1V, XIV, Fonterra North Road connecting east from Access 2 is formed as a collector road corridor between Te Rapa Road and the local road connection to Hutchinson Road shown on the Te Rapa North structure plan. So wants a collector road standard that connects up to Hutchinson, and that's
Which is shown at the moment as a local road, is that right?
yes,
Yeah.
potentially, but it's not proposed for that there actually be an access at that point on Hutchinson Road.
Right. Yep. Okay. And just to be clear, the fact that you haven't commented on everything else, I assume, doesn't mean that you agree with it all.
Correct. I don't agree with pretty much all the other changes, so that's in a nutshell.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
Just looking at the structure plan again, that's page 31 of 36 of Mr. Growler's statement.
31 of 36.
Figure 2-22.
Yeah.
Just thinking about that Hutchinson connection, that outside of the Plan Change 17 area, slightly northeast of the site, there is a grey dotted line that says local road. Why is it there if it's outside of the Plan Change area?
Maybe.
Whose idea is it?
Not my idea, but can you answer it? Yeah, Mr. Growler can answer that.
It reflects the agreement that Fonterra and TAL have around where the access should be. So, and that to enable that change of access requires a subdivision. That subdivision hasn't yet been progressed. The titles haven't been issued, and so you are left with this peculiar situation where the underlying legal boundaries don't reflect the legal access that both Te Awa Lakes and Fonterra have to agree on as part of that agreement. So that's why they're out of step.
And is the agreement also for a local road level of connectivity?
I wouldn't be able to comment on the scale of it. I just know that that's the location of it. That's where it is.
I'm trying to understand just the previous discussion about a collector road just down the road from it. Would that be in addition to this local road, or would it be instead of, or something different?
My interpretation is he's saying that it's not instead of, it's and. And I thought that grey line was for, like you say, for a subdivision of the land that it's feeding, and not necessarily a connectivity to the northern block.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. So the final witness for Fonterra is Mr. Grala. He also has a statement, a hearing statement, and then there's been a couple of other questions over the course of the day, including in relation to this stage 1A area that he'll be able to address you on to cover off that aspect.
That sounds good. The good news is that we read the summary statement over lunch, so you won't need to read that out. So perhaps if you deal with those questions that came up this morning, and then what we would like you to do is do a page turn of the plan change provisions, not the green stuff that council put in. We understand if it's still green is agreed, so specifically focusing on the red text.
Sounds good to me. Kia ora tātou. So, Nick Grala, I can take that as read, which is good. Maybe, Commissioner Munro, I can touch on the stage 1A question that you asked first. Council for council was going to try and source a copy of the district plan he had locked away in a cupboard. I don't know if he's managed to do that, but I haven't got to that yet. There is an issue with the plan map viewer that council have. So there's a scale consideration where you have to zoom in order to get the stage 1A in there, but I've done that. Unfortunately, the area overlay function that shows the deferred area is not working on the district plan, it's not there. But I have gone through a different way and looked at the property inquiry, which sets out all the different overlays. And so what that shows, and I can send you this separately, is that those stage 1A areas, which is, I can give you a copy of this, that is still subject to the deferred area overlay. And so based on the review of that, the full extent of the plan change area is Zone Te Rapa North Industrial, but it has this deferred area overlay on it that effectively limits it. So what Ms Walmsley's handing you is an extract from the Waikato District Council that existed before it was the land was brought across into Hamilton, and it clearly shows the stage 1A, stage 1B areas. The way the district plan was developed for that stage 1A is it clearly tried to sequence the release of development through the concept development consent, which is effectively a comprehensive development plan, which was in vogue around that period of time. And it was designed so that you would get a comprehensive development consent that would set out a range of matters, notably the integration of infrastructure and other considerations, and that would set the framework that any development would need to follow. If you got a comprehensive development consent in place, that meant that subsequent consents had a favourable activity status. If you didn't, you reverted to non-complying. So it contemplated that the first 7 hectares would be released prior to 2021. It would then release a further 23 hectares after that, and then the remaining balance of the growth cell would be stage 2. So
Go back to one of your first comments. You're saying that stage 1A was still subject to the deferral.
Based on what the district plan map is currently showing.
And the map was handed up to us, or a different map?
Yeah, that's a different map. So I can send this to Ms Walmsley. It's just a property inquiry report.
Okay. Can you just have a bit more of a think about that? in terms of the note that's stated in the text of 12.1 that says it's expressly excluded from the future urban zone provisions, which I understood the deferral overlay was doing.
I completely acknowledge that they don't talk to each other. So, but I'm just saying, based on the district plan map viewer is saying that it's subject to the area overlay, but I completely agree that the way the text is written is if that stage 1A land was live zone now, but you had to go through a comprehensive development.
Okay. So I guess, Mr. Manhinnick, what that might mean then is from describing the application to us, it could be that the applicant says there's an ambiguity because of a conflict between the words in the map, and as an abundance of caution, the application includes removing the deferral from the 1A area, even if in fact it may not apply anyway.
That makes sense, and the application itself does talk about these comprehensive development concept stage 1A provisions, and that the plan change request is intended to replace that whole framework as well.
It's fine. There's a difference between changing a live zone provision to another live zone provision, which is not the same as making something that's not a live zone.
Understand.
But anyway, just have a bit more to think about that. But thank you for that, and it's good to know it wasn't just me that couldn't figure it out.
Did give me a heart flutter, but yep. Just going through my notes. Commissioner, you asked me a question around, well, you foreshadowed that you might ask me a question around covenants with TAL land.
Yes.
Do you want me to turn my mind to that now, or do you want to?
Yeah, let's deal with that now. So does that apply to the part of the Te Awa Lakes land that will still have the deferred industrial zoning over it?
Yeah, and I might be able to help out as well. Yes, there's two similar but slightly different worded covenants, one for the Te Awa Lakes land south of Hutchinson Road, the other part for Te Awa Lakes land north of Hutchinson Road. There's essentially no complaints covenants over all of it, and then restrictions on sensitive activities in a, not in a capital S, capital A, but a range of sensitive activities are prohibited for the southern area, so south of Hutchinson Road, subject to some narrow exceptions, and that's outlined in the covenant that's attached to Mr. Coventry's evidence, and then for the first 25 metres north of Hutchinson Road as well.
So does that mean for the block immediately adjacent to the north block of this plan change, it's deferred industrial zoning, there's a covenant on it prohibiting residential, and that's subject to a listed fast track which has not been applied for? Is that, if I got the facts correct?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. There has been a couple of notes I've taken through the hearing where I'll go and talk, we're trying to talk to some of the experts and just make sure we've applied it correctly. I think Mr. Inda did pick up one aspect that will change, which was in the transport section in chapter 3. It was one sort of consequential change which we didn't unstrike. That was the relation to the simple ITAs. So under rule 3.9.3.2, this is on page 13 of chapter 3. Sorry, page 14. There is an item there, item A, that was struck out by council because it moved away from the simple ITAs and just had effectively a broad ITA for everything. That should be reinstated, and I think Mr. Inda's talked through the logic of that, is that the framework sets up that you'll require a simple ITA which doesn't have the full suite of modelling, etc. If you deviate from any of the upgrades that are stipulated in the chapter, but then you would only need that broad ITA later on. So I'll include that clause A back again. And then Commissioner Munro had a good point around the broad ITA and the way that number B is written, and that you could conceivably end up in this unanticipated scenario where every single application after 42 hectares you're needing to get another broad ITA. So that isn't the intention, but I definitely agree that could be construed that way. So one approach that we could do is the way the information requirements are drafted. It requires something to be provided and approved, and then any subsequent application under that, you have to be consistent with the recommendations or the approach that was taken. So you could include a loop where you do a broad ITA for the 42 hectares. You would then, that would stipulate what upgrades you need to undertake, and then you would just want to make sure that every application beyond that is consistent with it, unless you provided alternative evidence to suggest that wasn't the case anymore. So that was one idea that I thought we could.
Just to confirm, that's not in there now, but
correct,
that could
but that's something we could do maybe in closing submissions.
And that alternative wording for the infrastructure plan requirements and the like is on page 21 of 22 of those provisions. So, for example, at the top of the page, the infrastructure plan at A has the requirement within Roman 1, and then Roman 2 is that all subsequent applications within that stage shall demonstrate consistency. So that concept is what Mr. Grayl is referring to.
That was all my notes and everything I jotted down, so happy to start with the page turn if that works.
Did you want to ask anything first? No? Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just start with my summary statement and I'll move my way down. So the first, and we'll just ignore the green changes and stick with the red. The first change is on page 5 of chapter 3. This was around vehicle restriction, and it's something that originally I had anticipated that we would have a provision that restricted heavy vehicle access onto Meadowview Lane. And there's two reasons for that. One is Meadowview Lane is a small country road lane that isn't set up for industrial traffic. The second is that in the interim, that is there are people living there, and so it's a rural residential type environment, and it wouldn't be appropriate to start funneling industrial traffic down Meadowview Lane. So we originally set out with a heavy vehicle restriction, so you would restrict heavy vehicles from getting direct access into Meadowview Lane, and instead for the 2 Fonterra blocks, you would, sites that directly adjoin the factory, you would instead divert them through the manufacturing site to the underpass. The version that Mr. McGowan included in this addendum removed the heavy vehicle access requirements, and it's also applied it to 2 of the third-party properties that are not owned by Fonterra but are included in the plan change that are directly adjoining the factory. Now that would have the unanticipated outcome where all vehicle movements on those properties wouldn't be able to get to Meadowview Lane. There is a house there at the moment, so you would have a situation where that house would need to go through the factory rather than getting onto Meadowview Lane, which I'm sure isn't the intention. So we've done a change there just to clarify that. The changes to the public transport and the walking cycling have come through discussions with Mr. Inder, and it's updating that to how he sees that environment from establishing. The next change is on page 8, which the 42A addendum made some changes to the dimensions by doing a box that covered over the dimensions. Mr. Inder's talked about why he thinks that isn't appropriate, and that is instead of just applying a standardised cross-section, it's actually applying it to what exists there now and having a considered view of what that road should look like within the network, but also what's there. And so we've reinserted, I've reinserted what Mr. Inder's proposed there. The next change is on page 9.
Before you go to page 9,
yeah.
Can I just get you to clarify the various cross-section diagrams and the back and forth they all say indicative, typical. They all seem to be subject to whatever the road controlling authority wants at the time of a discussion. Why are we having the debate? What are we actually setting through this plan change if it's all just going to be resolved in the detail through some later process anyway? And that's not a criticism of what anyone's done. I don't understand why we're having a discussion about it if it's all indicative anyway.
It's probably a more philosophical discussion around what should be in a district plan than here, but it's I guess from my perspective, it's giving plan users with some level of information around what the design should be. Completely take your point that it's still got to go through resource consent, it's still got to go through an engineering plan approval, and ultimately it's still got to be accepted by council.
Or we could put all of the diagrams in and just say, these are all examples of what it might look like, and that could be okay.
Yeah.
For instance, so as a professional planner, what is it we need to put in the plan change? You've proposed these, you support the diagrams, so
I do.
What is it you think they do or should do?
I think they give a very good example of what best practice road environment might be. And it's not just transport, it's integrating how the development will work, and it gives a better indication of what a well-functioning environment in this setting should be, and it gives some guidance around to plan users what is reasonable and what they should be basing it on. I think there is a risk in just leaving it to an external document like the RIT standard, which isn't RMA, it's a technical publication, and it goes back to that same thing of what should be in a district plan, what should be in local government advice, technical publications, and I think it's additive rather than, I think it's more helpful than unhelpful. But I take your point that there's various stages that you're going to have to go argue the toss on what the dimensions are going to be and what the cross sections are.
It's challenging as a decision maker to favour one above the other when neither of them is necessarily actually what's going to happen anyway. And if it can't be agreed, what if we just determine that they're just not necessary and we just suggest there should be none?
I do agree that this whole caveat of indicative, typical, it sort of waters it down when it is. I think it's not, the unitary plan has precinct provisions that have cross sections. It's common for other district plans to have it. So probably the overview.
It was more about when there is disagreement about what the indicative typical diagram should be. The evidential basis to prefer one is pretty weak on all sides. Now, if maybe there's agreement that can be reached, then it's a different matter of good practice or whatever. So it's the specific case of if agreement can't be reached, what is it you expect us to do and on what basis?
Okay. I think that the very fact we're talking about it probably raises that it's worth having it here, but I think that's always the challenge of applicants when they're proposing something, but ultimately they know they're beholden to council accepting it. But I don't think that in itself is a reason to not have it in here.
Well, let's think about that then. I mean, let's just think through what you've said. If it's an indicative, typical starting point of good practice, accepting that the council will be able to require what it wants, why not just say the applicant should have the entitlement to have the diagrams it wants there?
But I think that's what's happening here,
And so we should just favour what the applicant wants on the basis that this is the applicant's vision. It's indicative and typical anyway, and if the council doesn't like it, it has a whole bunch of power at that later stage to redesign the road. Is that the logic?
I think you can take a view of all the evidence in front of you and make a call on if that's reasonable in this specific section of road, whether it's reasonable to deviate from what the standard RITS type cross-section might be.
I wanted to talk to you about this deletion, because I sort of understood Mr. Farrell to be saying that the first infrastructure plan would take a wider view. So my question is whether that red struck out text should be struck out.
Yeah, that's a good question. So where it's come from is, you're right, Mr. Farrell wants it. Mr. King's suggestion from a stormwater perspective is that it's not appropriate because you have these two different environments that stormwater is discharging. So from a stormwater perspective, I understand Mr. King thinks it shouldn't be there. From a water networks, Mr. Farrell says it should be. So I think it's something that we could just tweak to make it really explicit that it's in relation to water, wastewater.
This one appears to be under a heading wastewater and water networks, but the table footnote refers to an information requirements provision, which is very similar, but
Yeah,
is
sorry,
under
I'm going around the other
under
way.
the heading infrastructure plan.
Yeah, so I think we should keep that. I will keep that based on what Mr. Farrell said. I've made a note next to it saying keep. So turning to the next section of changes is under the transport upgrade framework, and these are informed by, some numbering references to figures, so just changing it from lowercase to uppercase. And then the infrastructure requirements. So this is based on the advice from Mr. Inda around removing the first two upgrade requirements. The design and construction of the McKee Street intersection is something that's already required under, as I understand it, from Mr. Inda, that Te Awa Lakes have an obligation to deliver as part of a condition of its current consent, so it doesn't seem appropriate to duplicate it.
Do you think that could be provided to us if it's a condition of a public resource consent?
Yeah.
I mean, if we're considering the resource consented existing environment, that's probably pretty useful to have as part of the facts.
Yep, and I can do that. It's not a problem. The next change is on the following page, on page 12, which is this deletion of this requirement for the collector road to be connected through access to Old Ruffle Road intersection. I think this is where the transport, what's required to deliver the transport network and get access is different to necessarily what the long-term scenario would be. I think there's this notion that the collector road has to be connected from day zero, whereas in my experience with developments is that roads get progressively developed with stages, and there'll be a period of time where they don't connect, but once all the developments are done, there'll be a day where it connects and then it breaks through and then it can operate. But in my experience, it's quite challenging for developers to put in and applicants to put in all the ultimate infrastructure on day zero and day one, because it becomes quite the burden on the financial feasibility of development. The next change is on the following page, change 13. Is reinstating the 42 hectare threshold and to what was there before that was removed by the 42A. The following change on page 14, we've talked about the simple ITA that I'll propose that we reinstate, and then there's a numbering reference just to go back to the 42 hectare limit. The last section on page 15 is the requirement just to include a simple ITA and a broad ITA, as well as a broad ITA that talks about recommended upgrades. So it's something you would have to do for a simple ITA and not just broad. You wouldn't just create it in a vacuum. I think if you're going to deviate from whatever's in an infrastructure upgrade table, you shouldn't enable applicants just to go away and do it. You would have to require them to talk to the relevant stakeholders. That then moves us nicely onto the strategic three waters infrastructure, and I talk about it in my primary statement, my summary statement, that what I've tried to do here is really separate process from upgrades and leave the table so that it's quite simply the upgrades that you have to do to mitigate the effects of Plan Change 17 in a logical sequence, but all of the process methodology type considerations I think is more effective at being in that infrastructure plan requirement and not conflating the two. What I've also done just before that table, I've included the note that should also reference the existing information requirements that are already in the district plan. That's already quite comprehensive around three waters and water assessments. It sets out a range of matters around capacity, water use, water sensitive design that seems very comprehensive, and it just would be more a cleaner approach, I think, just to reference that rather than duplicating it. One of the things Mr. King didn't talk about when he was talking about the stormwater erosion work, the riprap stream bed works, is this whole dual approach that we're seeing with Plan Change 17 is running down one path, and then separately Hamilton City's developing the ICMP for the broader catchment, and the catchment isn't just PC17, it's a lot broader. That's still at the draft stage, and it contemplates two solutions to mitigate the volume increase within the Te Rapa stream. One is the diversion pipeline, and then the other is just to do stream protection works, the kind of full-blown version. Because that ICMP hasn't been finalised and there hasn't been a decision on what option should be progressed, what the information plan requirements do is it requires applicants to go through a process where they check in whether a preferred option has been landed, and they ensure that this riprap stream works is developed, because it's on a continuum of how much design's been developed, that it is cognizant of whatever option might be landed, so that you don't end up in a situation where either it doesn't fit into the longer, bigger sort of mitigation package of works that might be required under the ICMP, or somehow isn't consistent with that. So I think it's important from a plan user's perspective to be certain what sort of mitigation should be in the table, but it shouldn't be done in a vacuum, and it should be aware of this longer time frame of the ICMP and what it's going to do.
The EMP is not finalised yet.
Correct.
So does that mean that Appendix E referred to in the table could change?
Correct, yeah. So that is a risk in that once you start referencing things, you know, they can change. But I did consider that, and I thought you're better off actually being specific in it. But it is a risk that it gets outdated. We've done something similar with, you have seen with the tree removal protocols that came up earlier, where we lodged it, I lodged the plan change with a reference. In the meantime, the protocols got updated, and so we've just removed the date reference and you just use the latest version. I think you want to be specific around where it is, and you want to give plan users the ability to understand what the mitigation should be and the extent of it, without requiring them talking to Mr. King or Mr. Smith or whoever did it at the time to try and figure out what was in their mind when they drafted it.
And is it your understanding that this is agreed with the council or not?
I think so the stormwater experts agree the contribution Plan Change 17 is making. Mm-hmm. They agree that the ICMP is still draft and there's still some way to go before they land on what the option is. They agree that whatever you do as PC17 should tie into that. I think Mr. Smith probably has more reservations around how much work needs to go to make sure that whatever happens as part of this is designed appropriately and is cognizant of that. But I think that's the extent of the disagreement, the sort of disagreement. They haven't, I think Mr. King's confident with what's in here that it works. I think talking to Mr. King, he also thinks this needs to happen irrespective of whether the diversion pipe is progressed or not, because there is an existing erosion problem that needs to be mitigated. So I think it's very much where are you at the stage of design, and how much do you know now versus what still has to unfurl before us through resource consent, engineering plan, all of that sort of stuff. So I think it's more appropriate for the plan to set out a process rather than necessarily locking in exactly what it is, but I think you have to put a flag in the sand somewhere, otherwise it's just pushing this issue down.
And then before we move on from the table, so the footnote's been added to wastewater and water, which references through to the infrastructure plan provision, not the information requirements provision that we were just talking about for wastewater and water.
Sorry, what section is that you're referring to?
So just if you look at the table, we've got footnote 1 against wastewater and water, and then the footnote or the note at the bottom of the table is that all stages will be subject to allocation and capacity assessment in accordance with the requirements of an infrastructure plan required under Rule 3934. And that's the provision I was really talking to Mr. Farrell about, because the footnote was against water and wastewater.
Yeah.
And I mean, you may want to think about that, but...
Yeah, no, I take your point. I mean, it is quite specific there, and it's something that doesn't apply to stormwater, so... I'll talk to Mr. Farrell and Mr. King and just make sure that we're covering it for both perspectives.
So that probably takes us through to chapter 12.
Yeah, there is one note on the infrastructure plan, which is a strikeout of the first infrastructure plan must consider the full development scenario for the structure plan. Again, that's something similar where it's this, how much sort of forward-looking master plan do you need to do? And again, I'll talk to Mr. King and Mr. Farrell on that, and that would apply irrespective to stormwater and wastewater. So, chapter 12. So, chapter 3 is really where the bulk of the differences lie. Where you go into chapter 12, it's a lot of drafting, and it's not as material. So, Mr. McGahan's proposed some changes in the addendum to the objectives and policies framework, sort of broadly, which I'm supportive of. I think the objective and policy that I developed in the original lodged version was talking about the integration of infrastructure with development and making sure it's coordinated. I think where this goes one step further as an advancement is that it clearly separates transport and three waters. So I think it's a positive change. Mr. Inders talked about Mr. Inders talked about how he supports in that policy 12.21F, he supports the fact that there shouldn't be any direct access to the east-west road, so we've purposely kept that. And then the only changes I've made to the policies are really just drafting, so they read like a policy, not like a rule. But materially, the content I think is good. And I support the separation of the kind of two, transport and the three waters, because I think they are materially different as they've played out. The next change in 12 you have to scroll forward into page 6, which is the table. And really just including F there. So that's just having a note that it's, you don't want direct vehicle access onto Te Rapa Road from individual properties. But these collective roads and local roads the collector road has to connect to Te Rapa Road. So you don't want to have a situation where you're trying to do what the structure plan does, but you've got this rule that won't let you connect it to Te Rapa Road. So that's the point of that last.
Do you think that's necessary? Do you think a road could be interpreted as direct vehicle access if it's shown on the structure plan?
Ideally, it isn't necessary, but I think equally you could sort of argue it through there, but just don't want to have any misinterpretation of it.
Okay.
Then the final change under 12.4 is just a clarification around how the setback works. Did pick up in the next change under the height to boundary a rogue image that arrived somehow, so we've deleted that this morning. Isn't referenced in the rule anywhere, so deleted that. Then moving to the specific standards, so I've talked about the heavy vehicle insertion of the vehicle access restriction. I do just want to point to the wet industry, so I support that, and I think Mr. McGahn was working on a wet industry definition that would need to be included. That's in the rule table in the matters of discretion. I haven't made any changes to the subdivision chapter, so we could scroll through that. And then it gets to the information requirements. So the biggest drafting change here is in the earlier version of the provisions, we had it all lumped in together in the chapter so that you can read it all together. Talking with council, as I understand it, the way the plan currently works is that because it's all an E-plan, it's just a look through. And so what to me might feel clunky in that I have to look in 3 different spots to get the same answer, in reality is a lot easier. So what it does is the rule for the infrastructure plan is in one place, but then what it needs to contain is in another place. So that's what it does. It strips out what needs to be included and puts it in this appendix. One thing I'll reflect on, and it's gone back to that comment that Mr. Farrell made, is that this concept that for certain infrastructure you do need to have a full view of how the plan change area is going to be serviced, so that you can make sure whatever stage that you are developing plugs in effectively. So I think that's one area that I could look to do some further improvements to pick up that full development scenario in the information requirement as well. And then the Te Rapa ICMP part is under that clause F of 12.2.2.30. That's the bit I was drawing your attention to before around making sure whatever stormwater you put in is in the context of whatever long-term solution council undertakes as part of the ICMP. I've made some minor wording changes to item 3, which is talking about including any landowner agreements rather than must including it, I think. And then I have removed K because it's already listed above in J with mana whenua engagement, so it's already covered. Then it's really consequential changes to the criteria for RD discretionary. There's the removal of the intersection, which Mr. Indus talked about. Then it's just a minor tweak to the wording with an I for the east-west road corridor. And that, as far as I understand it, is the extent of the changes. So it is really those 2 buckets I talked about in my summary statement. There's the sort of drafting, and then there's the kind of material differences.
What's the struck out structure plan at the back? Page 32.
That's replacing it with an updated version. Trying to recall what the difference was. Yeah, the water courses. That's right. Thanks, Ellie. Might have to do spot the difference on that.
Okay.
I think it was relating to water courses, something like that. There was a editing there. It's a bit pixelated in my vision.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Munro?
Yeah, look, thanks. Just two. One, just in your proposed markup to criteria I, which is on page 3 of 4, on the footnote. This is about information provided from the council. Yeah. I just wanted to be clear in my own understanding, and it goes back to the conversation before with the diagrams. Is this information from the council in its role as the road controlling authority, or as an engineering asset owner designer, or the council's resource consent landscape architect, or all of the above?
All of the above.
Okay. Yep. Okay. And notwithstanding the discussion on the diagrams being indicative typical, the assessment criteria bullet point does imply consistency might be what the council wants to see. Does that wording change your view of the diagrams earlier being described as indicative typical?
No, I think I take your point that indicative typical is an overplay on it.
Okay, okay. Last question then is just to get your view, having heard the questions of your other technical experts relating to the so-called Southern Triangle. And Mr. Ringer, for his part, has been very clear that he sees plan change level assessment required that hasn't been done to go much further. So I suspect I get a strong feeling I know where your answer is going to go, but having heard that discussion and the comments also given to Mr. Manhinnick about the differentiation of that piece of land, including its inclusion on several of PC17's own diagrams. Can you give me any comments specific to that sliver of land and whether anything in your view is changing?
There's nothing that they've talked about today that I haven't talked to them about over the course of developing the structure plan and the plan change request. I think one thing that I've always asked the experts is how is this going to be mindful that 91 hectares is a large bit of land. It's not a spot zoning, it's a big rezoning, but it's only part of the deferred area. So how does releasing this land now, and how should the structure plan go beyond the plan change area to make sure that it's a coherent urban form and things play out and you're not left with parts of land that are stranded or isolated? I think to that extent, I'm not surprised that the experts have said they've considered it. I think I think you heard from Mr. Farrell and Mr. King that they have included it in their sort of broad assessment. There are still some gaps, as I've talked about in my summary statement and my rebuttal. I think one thing we haven't talked about is archaeology. There was a detailed archaeological assessment undertaken to support the plan change, which identified several features that need to be known, and then you make a call on how you respond to that. I think the other thing is that one of the things that the plan change is doing is bringing, in terms of the RPS and future-proof, what it's doing is it's bringing forward supply from the long term to the medium term. And so once you do that, you have to assess those Appendix 13 criteria and provide an evidence base as to why that's appropriate. So I would think they would have to do that, including economic assessment. And then there's a range of consultation. So I think there is some site-specific and expert assessments that could be carried over and maybe extended over, but there would be a big presumption on that from your behalf of how similar is it. And then there's the kind of more engineering, have you considered it or not? And that's a lot more binary. So.
Thank you. And then following up, back to your words of the philosophy of what should go into a plan. Is it good practice to draw things outside of a structure plan area as part of planning maps for a structure plan?
I think it is if it's something that needs to connect to the network. So I think, are you referring to the east-west road in particular?
There's the road diagram, there's the stormwater catchment diagram, there's the wastewater network, there's the water network maps, all include various things shown on land outside of the structure plan area. And to me, it's possibly binary. If land is not included and hasn't been fully and properly assessed, then
yeah.
What contamination and unintended consequences are being set up, suggesting preemption of some issues?
Yeah, it's a valid...
That alone, a person might come back later and say, no, we can't possibly do that connection to Coota Drive. We don't know what they were thinking when they put a line on our land. So you get what I'm saying, something either can be done or it can't. So where are we sitting on all that?
I think it's not a... it's a bit damned if you do, damned if you don't. I mean, in some respects, you have to show how you're going to coordinate in the existing infrastructure, and you have to, and it's best practice to show how this sort of full development might get built out. But then it's where does that then sit into what that applies? Because some's good information to show how this thing works.
Could work.
Could work, yeah, take your point. But then, yeah, to what extent is that a burden? It's probably subjective, but take your point.
Well, I'm sure when we hear from the submitter, they'll tell us it's absolutely not subjective. So if the intent of this proposal, specifically where it's showing what could happen on that adjoining piece of land, what you've described was about showing that some integration has been thought of, that it wasn't treated in isolation. Does that lead to some kind of note being added to those relevant plans to make it clear that it's purely to show that it could potentially be dealt with, but it's not actually part of PC 17?
A note, yeah, that would be good, I think, for the network stuff in particular. I think the river crossing is different in that it is a longer term infrastructure corridor that Plan Change 17 hasn't dreamed up. It's implementing what council have already done. But as so far as the indicative networks, then I think I would agree that it would be a useful editing note to include that.
Okay, well, it's for you to think about. It's not my application, it's yours. That's all from me, thank you.
Thank you.
And I don't have anything additional, thank you.
Thank you.
Does that conclude?
It does. So that concludes the case for Fonterra, subject to any reply once we've heard from the submitters and Council 42A presentation.
Thank you. Now, I think we have a submitter here. Mr. Morth, is it? Yes, come forward. Yes.
Okay.
Now, you filed some information, I think, but it would be useful just to recap for us exactly where your property is.
Right, just give us a minute. Sorry, do I just press this button here?
Yes.
Oh, turn it off. No. Sorry. All of it new for me?
Yeah.
Okay, we're on. Yeah, now we're 1406 Puketi Road, which is south of Fonterra and east of Te Rapa Road. Yeah, we're part of that triangle between Meadowview Lane, Puketi Road and Plan Change 17.
Yes, I can see where you are on the plan, and we undertook a site visit yesterday and we had a drive down there, so we saw your property.
Okay, yep. Look, in short, we've already had a chat with Fonterra, with Nick. Is that Suzanne down there? Yep. And Suzanne with a meeting, and we've got obviously some shared issues. Look, in short, I do appreciate the fact that
Fonterra have got to go through a lot of contesting and the like to achieve what they're trying to achieve. As North Trust for the property, we are in favour of that, but there are some indicators from Plan Change 17 that I think would create a negative impact on our property after the fact. One being the position of the arterial, east-west arterial, being roughly at the junction of Puketi Road and Te Rapa Road. Look, I don't come with evidence and the like, because I know if we spend a hell of a lot of money, we probably achieve not much more. But other than that, we just want to flag to the panel, yourselves and Fonterra again, that has consideration been taken into move that east-west indicative road on their plan further north to run along the boundaries of Fonterra, ourselves, Tainui, and the adjacent properties on the other side of Meadowview Road that then take the, what I call the Northern River Crossing Bridge in the future across the narrowest part of the river. So at the moment where the road's indicated, it sort of dissects all our properties and makes them quite, how shall I put it, difficult in access after the fact if and when that goes through. Part of discussions with Fonterra over the time, and we have requested sort of fairly lately, if they could supply us access to the cut-off section, because it is pretty predictable if that road's positioned where it is, and we know the outcome on our side after the fact, that with their locally or local roads formed on their southern boundary, if a connection can come off that to service our severed piece after the fact, so if that could be incorporated into Plan Change 17, it would make logical sense. It would simplify, that's if the road doesn't move, if the road stays put, but it would simplify industrial access to the severed part of our property and Tainui's and possibly further east without having to then put any additional accesses onto an arterial that goes through to that bridge. If the road can move north, that then sorts all those problems out, and I would have thought there would have been some favouritism to it, for the reason being that I would see it, and we would see it as additional access for Fonterra to their own properties, that if for some reason in the future the what I'd call the western access, which is where they have the bridge and overpass, changes, and for some reason that they don't have, or that gets blocked for some reason if they had another access into the factory for emergency purposes, I mean, you know, there's a lot of positives to it in that regard. And I mean, this is only opinion, but it's sort of like, well, you know, has this all been thought out properly before we just plonk a road, make it difficult for the smaller allotments that are on our side of Te Rapa Road, and then in the future they turn around and something pushes the fact that, you know, hell, we need another access into this place. It's sort of opening the eyes there. The other point, which just listening to Nick, which I thought was sort of in the bag already, was the ICMP for your guys' allotment, going through from, I think, from that stream to pick up any sort of hard surface volume increase and then diverting it directly to the Waikato River, theoretically along a arterial corridor. Now, it sort of made me a little bit concerned when Nick was saying that that decision still hasn't been made and it could go either way. So, in respect to that, if there's a chance that that could go either way, why are we not looking at moving that industrial boundary and pursuing the same, not necessarily developed, but the same reserve along where that Northern River Crossing could go, so that then if that ICMP does divert through to the river from PC 17, that then the properties are all ready to go, and then you're not having to reapply and go down another road trying to move that boundary or that zone to then take that ICMP through. It just sort of looks like double costing from our point of view.
Secondly, it might, if it ends up going that way, we have said that we prefer it and it should go through the roading corridor that would feed the Northern River crossing across Waikato River, because we certainly don't want to be in a position where, I suppose you could say, that our land starts getting easements and the like on it just to take that through to pacify their development, and then we even get sort of mutated even more with a property that then becomes harder to develop and obviously sell or get interest in the future. So they're our sort of main two key areas of concern, which I'm hoping the panel could take consideration to and look at the bigger picture rather than just the corner in which the applicants are filing for. Just give us a second. The other thing too we want to make sure is that if we are completely divorced from the applicant's work in there, that any of the sort of detail on our property which we applied for in our submission is uplifted as CKL put into that document when we sent it through, because we don't want to be part of any of the sort of processes unless we are going to be in the process, if that makes sense. I'm not sure. I haven't.
Are you referring back to the original submission that was put in?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if there's any other questions that anyone wants to ask me about this, but they're our two main key focuses really for.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Munro, do you have any questions?
I don't, thank you.
No? Cool.
I don't have any questions. Thank you for your submission. We will have a think about the points you've made. We are, as you will appreciate, dealing with a couple of what I'll call potentialities, which are the one that the south of the Fonterra land that is not in the private plan change as applied for, which you'll be aware of. And the other thing, of course, is that Northern River Crossing Road is very much in if and when, so there's no plans for that at the moment. So those are issues we are thinking about, and we will take what you've said on board. Thank you.
Cheers.
Now, I think that brings us to the end of things for today. So unless there's anything anyone wants to raise at this point, we will reconvene at 9 o'clock in the morning. No? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.